All right, everybody, we are back here. This is Caleb with Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Weather Network. We are back here because we have a new tornado warning to talk about. Grant County, Indiana, Blackford County, Indiana, under a tornado warning, radar indicated. This is coming near Marion, Indiana, along State Road 18 near Sweetster, Indiana. This is what we call a QLCS couplet here, kind of a leading edge mesovortice along the leading edge, very shallow area of rotation. This is radar indicated in Grant County, Indiana. This is just to the northwest of Upland, Indiana, near Marion. Coming into Marion, Indiana right now. Strong straight line winds, regardless with this. This is kind of an intensified storm here on the southern flank of our decaying line here. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, penny-sized hail, but also a tornado warning. This is radar indicated tornado warning. Area of rotation directly over Marion, Indiana, kind of running along South State Road 18. As we're starting to look at it here near Sweetster, Indiana, kind of where it started to develop here, and then really started to get tighter between Sweetster and Marion, and this is what prompted the tornado warning. And now have some strong straight line winds on the back side of it here, but we do have a radar indicated tornado warning near Marion, Indiana. Oh, a little bit of rotation has been observed by a chaser in the area. We do have a chaser in the area. He has eyes on it right now. No funnel cloud yet, but there is some rising motion underneath this area of interest, he says. So we'll continue to get updates from him out in the field. Parker's out there right now. He is reporting to us here live in the studio. Large severe thunderstorm warning, though, getting issued here by IWX, as well as IND issuing as well. Still not 100% sure what the southern warning is warning at the moment. 60 and quarter, I just don't see much in the way of winds down here. Let me know if there is winds happening on the southern flank here that's just not getting picked up on radar. I'd be curious there. Strongest winds, though, are in Grant County, Indiana. This is the strongest storm, kind of an embedded supercell here. Area of rotation near Marion, Indiana, and this will be moving towards Hartford City. It could also move a little bit to the right, too, if it makes a right turn towards Highway 18. So if you're in the northern end of the box, Montpelier, Roll, I would keep an eye on this as well. Wells County, no tornado warning for you. This is moving south of Wells County. Grant and Blackford County in a radar-indicated tornado warning, and this goes into effect for 34 more minutes here. Looking back to the west here, we have a storm near the Juliette, Illinois area. Gonna have to keep an eye on this guy. Moving may come into perhaps Newton County. Have to keep an eye on that. But for right now, it is off to our west here in Illinois. But we do have our tornado warning that we will focus on here for Grant County, Indiana. Area of rotation directly over Marion, Indiana. And this is south and along Highway 18, north of 35, towards Gas City, Indiana.
Right next to it, there's a very tight wall cloud.
And it sounds like there's a wall cloud on it via our chaser. Kind of has that QLCS look to it, he said. Kind of has a shelf cloud, but it has a wall cloud underneath of it. And a lot of lightning associated with this as well. But also, if you are out ahead of this, there's a lot of lightning bolts that are positive bolts coming out of the stratiform rain too. So lightning does not make a storm severe, but a lot of lightning associated with these storms. They're noisy out there today. Area of rotation sitting right in here, just north of Gas City. It's now southeast of Marion. We're going to keep our debris tracker turned on. I don't think there's anything on the ground. I don't see anything. But the area of rotation would be right in here, right on top of East 38th Street and South Stone Road is kind of where we're at. Just splitting Marion and Gas City right now, south of 18 is where we are at for this tornado warning. May become rain wrapped as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. This will be moving towards the Upland, Indiana area. We got Taylor University down here, so do watch out for that. And that is coming near State Road 26, State Road 3, State Road 18. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So enter your room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Elsewhere, though, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. The strongest storm, though, is the storm right here coming through Marion, Indiana, Grant County. This is the strongest portion of the storm, and this has intensified over the past few minutes here. We're getting some pretty strong winds here on the south side. If you're in Gas City, Indiana, Fairmont, Indiana, Fowlertown, Indiana, even Matthews, heads up. Pretty strong winds heading your way, close to 60 miles per hour. Get a tracker on that. We're right at 60 miles per hour near the surface here. So likely some strong winds coming down near the surface of Marion or southeast of Marion. Heads up. Be on alert for a possible spin-up tornado, but also straight-line winds on the southern flank of this. Really starting to get a little bit more organized here. It didn't look super impressive a few minutes ago, but it has developed a nice bow echo here on the southern flank with that embedded area of rotation, which prompted our tornado warning. Area of rotation, East 38th Street, just east of or west of 69, south of 18. It is now southeast of Marion. Going to kind of go just to the north of Gas City or close to Gas City, but it's going to head towards Upland, Indiana, just southwest of Van Buren. So heads up there. Need to be in an interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Muncie, Alexandria, Anderson, now in a severe thunderstorm warning, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Strongest storm, though, is in Grant County currently. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as a tornado warning. This is radar indicated. This is moving southeast. Current speed, 40 miles per hour. Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour is the forward motion here of this storm. Areas to the north, like Huntington, Ossian, not a lot going on up here other than just a lot of lightning. In fact, let me just show you, just how much lightning we have, which is a lot. Very noisy storms here. All these little white dots that you see on the screen are lightning bolts, and even a lot of lightning out ahead of it too. Adams, Wells County, these are likely positive bolts coming off the stratiform rain here. These can be quite powerful, but we're going to focus here on straight line wind, as well as that possible spin-up tornado or area of rotation. No tornado has been confirmed, but that area of rotation is starting to weaken a little bit, and now it's forming straight line winds. If you're in Fairmount, it's also picking up speed as well. Oftentimes when you get in a really intensifying storm that bows out like this, it picks up speed. And we're seeing it pick up speed here. So we're likely going to see a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for Blackford County here pretty soon, I would have to imagine. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. The strongest of these winds look to go just to the south of Montpelier, for those of you wondering there in Blackford County. But I would watch this. Same thing like if you're in southern Wells County, like Keystone, Nottingham. I think it's going to go, the worst of it's just going to go south. But if you're in the Muncie area, Gaston, Eaton, Indiana, I'd keep an eye on this. Matthews, for sure, you're in the path. Upland, Fowlertown, and Hartford City. Along and south of 18 is where the strongest winds are going to go with this. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as a tornado warning. Broad area of rotation right on top of 69 and State Road 22 is kind of where that broad circulation is right now, but it has broadened out. Not quite to what it was if I back up here just a few minutes ago. Near Marion, Indiana, and just to the west of Marion, what prompted the warning, you can actually see a hook on radar here, and you can see that circulation sitting there at 18 just to the west of Marion. Fast forward that to now, even over Marion, still hanging on, but now you have that large bow echo. You have an apex starting to form where it's more straight line winds here, but you could still have a brief circulation on the leading edge. Tornado warning remains in place. The interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Strongest pocket of damaging winds right now, moving through Gas City, Indiana, Fairmount, Fowlertown, Upland, and Matthews. Torrential rainfall is also occurring in this storm in Marion. Lots of lightning associated with this. But right now, the strongest portion is coming through Gas City, getting ready to come into Upland, Indiana. Matthews, Hartford City, you guys are on deck. The good news is the area of rotation is broadening out quite a bit. Which is what we want to see. The bad news is the straight line winds are expanding within the storm, up to 60 miles per hour possible. Warning sirens going off in Montpelier. Not surprised to hear that. Right. I jumped because I have a radio on with my chasers, and one of my chasers started talking, and it was really loud, and that was unexpected. That kind of made me jump here a little bit. I'll have to give Ben a hard time about that later. I don't know how Blackford is. Blackford may be in all Siren County, but Montpelier is close to the tornado warning, so I'm not surprised to hear sirens going off there. But the storm is not quite to Montpelier yet. It's currently still in Grant County, not quite to Blackford County yet. But we are keeping an eye on that. New warning, severe thunderstorm warning, just got issued downstream as well. And this does include southern Wells County. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. This does not include the town of Bluffton or Ossian. The strongest part of this storm is going to be primarily south of 218. South of 218, rural Wells County, and the strongest portion of the storm is going to be south of Highway 18. Do keep an eye on that, but the strongest portion is going to be coming into Blackford County out of Grant County. You can actually see this bow echo right in here. Let me draw it for you. Might make it a little bit easier for you. You get my drawing tool out here. Right in here, you can actually see that bow echo on radar and also on velocity. So what we see here, we have two screens on, for those of you new to this. So on the right side, over here where you see these brighter kind of oranges, bright pinks, the brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. Right in here is a pocket of winds up to 60 or so miles per hour. A little bit less the further north you go, and further south you go, but right into that bow echo, we have what's called a rear inflow jet. That's basically strong winds aloft being pulled down to the ground. And that is allowing for some very strong winds to develop within the storm, southeast of Marion. This is also moving southeast. Winds, I think if you're in the Wells County area, especially 218, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot up there. Could see some gusty winds. There is some strong winds coming into the Warren area, perhaps maybe 30, 40 miles an hour. The strongest winds are going to be along and south of Highway 18, coming into Blackford County. And they issued this warning all the way to the Ohio border for this storm. So Jay County is now in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So Portland, Indiana, 27-18. Strongest winds, though, right in here. And this is quite a strong bow echo here coming into Hartford City. And that area of rotation is right over Upland right now for that leading edge. Little bit of a couplet kind of right in there, right over Upland, coming along 26. So this is moving southeast. And it's moving quite fast as well. Forward motion on this is 40 miles an hour. Tornado warning had it at 40 miles per hour as well. So picking up speed here a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised it's moving even a little bit faster than 40 miles per hour, say 45. We're seeing that pick up here a little bit in intensity. Seeing some stronger winds, though, aloft within the storm. This is the pocket of 70 miles per hour here. But keep in mind, we're further away from the radar. We're looking higher up in the storm here. But if this continues to strengthen, we may see this warning upgraded to considerable if we see or have confidence in those 70-mile-per-hour winds making their way down to the ground. This is moving to the south and east, primarily south of 18. Along and south of 18. It sounds like there's quite a bit of damage in Marion, Indiana. A lot of power lines down and some tree damage. So this is causing damage, and we have 74-mile-per-hour winds here, a few thousand feet off the ground here. So this is actually a very strong storm here, moving into moving through Grant County right now, moving into Blackford County. The strongest portion of the storm is going to remain in Blackford County and Grant County. A little bit of rotation near Upland, but primarily straight line winds at the moment here. And this is a strengthening storm, an intensifying storm. We're near 80 miles per hour on State Road 26 at the moment, a few thousand feet off the ground. So we may go considerable here if we have confidence in those winds mixing down. Keep in mind, we're in between radars here. So the stronger the winds are a little bit higher up than what they would be if we were closer to the radar and we were seeing this kind of a return. But if you're in southeastern Grant County, Blackford County, I'll prepare for some wind gusts, perhaps mixing out to perhaps upper 60s, close to 70 miles per hour. If this intensifies, we may see a considerable warning get upgraded for the Blackford, Grant County areas. And this is moving southeast as well. So if you're in the northern end of the warning box, you may not see a whole lot. as this is moving away from, let's say, Warren, Penedo. It's moving to the south and southeast. More southeast towards Hartford City. If you're in Hartford City, I would move to an interior room away from windows, lowest level of your home. Not only for a spin up tornado risk, but straight line winds, especially winds up to 60 plus miles per hour. We may see get upgraded here. We're at 77 miles per hour on 26, 72, 73. Now keep in mind, we are a few thousand feet off the ground. We're about 4,500, 5,000 feet off the ground here. By the time that makes us down to the ground, maybe in the 60s, but I think gusts 60, 65 are definitely not out of the question. 60 for sure, if not approaching 65 or even a little bit stronger than that coming into Blackford County. This is going to move along State Road 26 here into Hartford City, and that areas downstream would be Red Key, Greene, Pennville, and Montpelier. Very strong winds here. Again, I personally would not be surprised if that goes considerable. We'll just have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary, and also from reports. Sounds like we have a lot of damage reports coming in from Marion, Indiana, urban area. Not surprised. But there are some damage reports coming in there from power lines down and some tree damage there. So some of these stronger winds are mixing their way to the ground here in Grant County and Blackford County, Indiana. If you're in Marion County, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. Give it about 5 more minutes. You're good to come out. Let this kind of simmer down just a little bit longer yet before I give the official all clear for you. We also have storms to the west, so we're going to have to watch these out coming into Howard County. They are sub-severe at the moment, but we also have a lot of rain, a lot of lightning in the area. The worst of the winds, though, if you're in Marion, are done. You're going to see that gradually calm down, but it's pouring outside. A lot of lightning outside, so give it a few more minutes of where you are before you venture out. Also, sounds like there's a lot of tree debris on the roadways, some power lines down. So the hazards don't end when a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning ends. The hazards continue, as in the damage. You have to watch out for power lines. If you come across down power lines, always treat them as if they are live, unless told by officials, whether it's law enforcement, emergency management, or the power company officials themselves. Never approach a down power line and treat them always as if they are live. It only takes a half an amp to kill you, and there are hundreds of amps through those high tension wires. So never go near a down power line. They can arc and they can travel through ground current and water as well. So Grant County is not in the clear yet. If you're in northwestern Grant County, if you're in the Sweetster area, Swayze, you're good. If you're in Gas City, Marion, you are not in the clear yet. Just give it a few more minutes here. Marion, you're in the clear for the worst of the winds. If you're in southeastern Grant County, give it a few more minutes here. Strong winds still coming into the upland, still impacting Gas City. Gas City should be seeing the winds lighten up here a little bit. If you're in Matthews or upland, you're getting the brunt of it right now. And this is going to be coming into Hartford City here in about 5 minutes or less. Northern end of the box, southern Wells County, not seeing a whole lot up here. Worst of the winds south of 18. Grant County, if it holds together, Jay County, even some Wayne County may get in a warning here for the Winchester area. Have to keep an eye on these storms as they approach your area. Coming back up here to northwest Indiana, have to watch this storm near the Juliet area. Considerable warning, tornado possible for Kankakee, Illinois. Rather uncertain if that's going to reach Newton County or not. Higher uncertainty up there. Tornado warning continues for Hartford City. Broad rotation just west of town on 26, sitting right in here just east of Upland. Other than that, straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour, perhaps a few stronger gusts cannot be ruled out. Severe thunderstorm warning extends all the way to the Mercer County, Darke County line in Ohio. Portland, Indiana, areas south of Bern, Geneva under that severe thunderstorm warning, although I think it's going to go south of Adams and Wells County for the worst of the winds. It's going to be primarily focused in Grant County, Blackford County, as well as Jay County. Hartford County, Hartford City, Pennville, Greene, Red Key, Portland, Upland, and Matthews, Those are the towns of concern right now. Winds up to 60 miles per hour coming through Grant County right now, exiting Grant County, coming into Blatford County right now. If you guys are behind here, have some messy thunderstorms. Kokomo, you're still on a severe thunderstorm warning, although I don't see a lot of winds with these storms on the backside of this. Still can have some gusty winds. There is a nice little downburst near the Kempton area, north of Sheridan. But I'd be curious to know what the winds are doing on these storms. I'm not entirely sure what's prompting the warnings for these, but let me know if there is some wind mixing down to the ground. We had some winds earlier come through with this first round of storms moving through the region. But it sounds like this lead storm here is causing quite a bit of damage here in Grant County, moving into Blatford County. Tipton County has a pretty strong thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning, winds up to 60 miles per hour, and quarter-size hail. We'll have to keep an eye on that storm there. The southern storm looks stronger than the storms in Howard County and coming into Miami County. The strongest storm currently is coming into Blatford County out of Grant County and even north of Muncie, Indiana as well. And that is for Delaware County and Madison County until 6 p.m., 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. The strongest storm right now is in the Gaston, Alexandria area, and especially Blatford County and southeastern Grant County. Marion, you're in the clear now, just some heavy rain, some lightning. But do watch out. Sounds like there's quite a bit of tree debris and maybe some ponding going on as well. Sounds like there is quite a bit of damage from trees down and power outages coming in across the area.
Look at this right here. Oh, this.
The winds up to 60 miles per hour continue coming through areas north of Muncie, Delaware, Marion counties, moving east at 50 miles per hour. 40 to 50 miles per hour is the forward propagation of the storm. Primarily along State Road 18 and south is where the strongest winds are right now. It may like glaze the Wells County, Blatford County line, like Keystone and south, Nottingham perhaps. But the strongest is going to be along Highway 18 and south. It may extend a little bit further north. We'll just have to see how that bow echo expands as it moves into Wells County, Blatford County, and then Madison and Delaware counties as well. We may see a warning get issued for Wayne County, northwest of Winchester, Indiana. There is another storm coming towards Marion, but it's not severe at the moment. I don't really see a lot going on with the rain in Howard and Miami County. These look sub-severe. The strongest storm is coming through Tipton County right now. That one is severe. Quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour winds here in the core near the Sheridan area. There's a warning for Howard County, but I really don't see 60 mile per hour winds in that. There could be, I just don't see it. Strongest winds right now crossing State Road 3, Blatford County, and then north of Muncie. North of US 35, coming up to State Road 67, and crossing State Road 3 from State Road 18 all the way down to the Gaston area. Winds now picking up a little bit in the boot of Wells County. State Road 218 and south look to have the best chance of seeing some strong winds associated with this. Radar indicated tornado warning continues, though. Likely to be trimmed out of Grant County here soon. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary there. But a nice pocket of really strong straight line winds north of the Muncie area, impacting Gaston, coming near Hartford City. This will come near Portland, Indiana, Albany, Indiana, State Road 18 and south. Really strong a storm here, moving southeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Moving back here to Tipton County, Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 and quarters. Gust front kind of sitting right in the core there. Just more of a downburst. North of Sheridan, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could have some quarter-size hail with that. More messy in nature. With our main storm taking the show north of Muncie into Blackford County here. Albany, Portland, and Winchester. Wayne County now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail. Looking back up here in northwest Indiana, still have some storms hanging out over Lake Michigan. Special marine warnings in effect for any mariners out there. Gusts to nearly 50 knots, so that's just below severe thunderstorm warning criteria if that were to come to shore, but that's a strong storm nonetheless. Enough to blow some loose objects around and blow some small limbs down as well. Tornado warning continues here for about 10 more minutes. We'll have to see if that is expired or allowed to extend. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary there. Torrential rainfall is also occurring. Hydrologic impacts may develop here across the region here with heavy rain and thunderstorms, so do watch out for that. Strongest winds crossing State Road 3 right now, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Nice gust front here, healthy gust front. Think Highway 18, State Road 18, and south. North of 35, coming up to 67 through Renke. State Road 1 would be the next north-south highway here, and then 27 in Jay County. This is cross State Road 3. This is going to be coming into the Pennville, Indiana area, Montpelier. Going to see some strong winds here in about 3 to 5 minutes max. Currently, there is no confirmed tornado carry. This is radar indicated. The area of rotation has actually broadened out a little bit. More straight line winds at the moment. So we'll have to see if they issue a new tornado warning or not. Right now, I don't think they would, but they may if they have other reason to believe it's warranted. But for right now, it looks like to be more straight line winds, more of a bow echo here. There still could be a brief spin up circulation that may still pop up. They have a tornado possible tag in the severe thunderstorm warning to cover that if need be. But my guess is they're going to let the tornado warning expire here. But they may reissue. We'll just have to see how things trend here. They're watching it as well. This is south of Fort Wayne. This is if you're not in central Indiana, you guys are okay at the moment. Howard County, in a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms, to be honest with you, if you're in Howard County, Miami County, they look to be below severe criteria. If you're in Tipton County, some stronger winds here, but even then, I don't see 60 miles per hour there. If you're in Tipton County, or even in the Sheridan, Cicero area, US 31, let me know what your winds are doing in here. I'd be really curious to know. I personally don't see 60 miles per hour, but there could be something that's just not being picked up on radar in that area. I even don't see it in GR2 either behind the scenes, so I'm curious to know what the warnings are there for. Yeah, these are noisy storms. That's for sure. A lot of lightning here with these storms. These storms are moving east at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Strongest winds, primarily State Road 18 and south, is going to be the corridor there. We got US 35 down here. Getting ready to come up on the 67 corridor and State Road 1 corridor. Albany, Red Key, Portland, all on deck here. Pennville as well. Nottingham, Keystone, and south. Yeah, Bern, Indiana, you're just north of the severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, yeah, about at the ball diamonds in south here, if I remember right, from Bern. is kind of where the where that warning cuts off. Probably runs like right through, like there's like an equipment dealer down here, Ball Diamonds. Yeah, pretty much like right south of that. But anyway, regardless of where the box is, the worst of the winds look to be south of 218, and this is trending east southeast. So Geneva and south, I think we'll see the strongest winds. State Road 18 and south. Hartford City, you're in the thick of it right now. Remain in your safe place. This will be coming into Portland here probably in the next 15 minutes or so, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as a possible tornado and penny-sized hail. Hail is not the biggest hazard here. Straight line winds are up to 60 miles per hour. Strong winds getting ready to come into Muncie here. It has crossed State Road 3. State Road 1 is the next highway on deck here, as well as State Road 67 from Red Key, Albany, as well as Pennville, Green, all on deck here for this storm. This getting ready to outrun the tornado warning box here. If I had to guess, I don't think they're going to reissue a tornado warning, but they'll likely leave the tornado possible tag in it, just in case any mesovortice or any shallow area of rotation decides to spin up along the leading edge. Strong winds coming into Albany here. Hartford City, you're going to see the winds calm down here slowly but surely. You're still in it, but the worst of the winds are behind or ahead of you now, are over with. But remain in your safe place here. Same thing if you're in the upland area. Remain in your safe place for a little bit longer yet. Going through Roll right now on 18 Montpelier. Getting ready to come into town here. Strongest winds just barely to your south, but you may still see winds up to 60 miles per hour in Montpelier. Interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. This is moving southeast at 45 miles per hour, 45 to 50. We do have reports of numerous power outages and tree damage from Marion, Indiana, earlier here this afternoon. So some of these winds are making their way down to the ground. And behind this line, there's still a lot of rain, lightning, still ongoing here. So I'd be curious to know if you guys are in Tipton County, like near Sheridan or Cicero, or just south of Tipton County, rather, in the Sheridan area. I'd be curious to know what the winds are doing in this area from Kempton, Tipton, Cicero, Sheridan. I'd be curious to know what the winds are doing here in that storm to see if it is still at severe criteria or not. My thinking is it is below, but I could be wrong. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Lake County, Indiana for round 2. National Weather Service in Illinois issuing that warning there. Marine warnings are up to 50 knots, which is just below severe criteria, 58 miles per hour. That's around 45 to 55 miles per hour. So it's strong, just not quite severe criteria there. We'll have to see how that trends as it moves into Lake Porter County as well as LaPorte County. You have to keep an eye on those here over the next 30 minutes or so. Power is out here in Muncie, says Christy. Yeah, getting a lot of reports of power outages in the area from these storms. So that's good to know. Gust front coming through Muncie then. Sounds like power is flickering there. Winds up to 60 miles per hour associated with these storms. The tornado warning has been canceled. You'll see that pop off the screen here. That has expired. We're down to a severe thunderstorm warning. However, it does have a tornado possible tag in it. So we'll have to watch for any embedded circulations along here. Primary risk, though, is going to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Likely going to see the severe thunderstorm warning expire here for the Marion County, Indiana area, Huntington. That severe thunderstorm warning will be expiring. Strongest winds are going to go south of 18. They're starting to dive south. Portland, Indiana. State Road 1 corridor is up next. Pennville to Red Key and Farmland, Indiana. You guys are on deck for winds up to 60 miles per hour. Going to come into Pennville, Red Key here in the next 1 to 5 minutes. And then it'll be Kokomo is not in the danger area right now. Kokomo, you're in the clear. I don't even know why there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Likely be expired here soon. Strongest winds here in the Blackford County area, as well as the Albany, Indiana area. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. Portland, Indiana, you guys are up deck. Red Key and Pennville coming into you guys right now. Radar indicated 60 mile per hour winds. Tornado possible on our severe thunderstorm warning, as well as penny size hail. Wayne County, Indiana for Winchester, 60 mile per hour winds. No tornado possible tag on that, just wind and hail up to quarter size. Same thing for Muncie, Indiana. It sounds like power is flickering though in the Muncie, Indiana area. Downstream would be Farmland, Portland, Winchester, and Lynn, Indiana, all downstream in this severe thunderstorm warning. Strong winds crossing or coming up to State Road 1 right now, coming into Albany. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Red Key, Pennville, right on deck, coming through Montpelier, right on the northern edge of it in Montpelier. Strongest winds just to your south. But if you're in Portland, Winchester, Ridgeville, Red Key, Green, Salamonia, you guys are all on deck here. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as quarter size hail. Have to keep an eye on that. Hail's not a big risk here, but there could be some small hail up to quarter size associated with these storms. Gust front working its way through Muncie right now. Sounds like power is flickering across town in some areas. Not surprised to hear that. Winds up to 60 miles per hour there. Severe thunderstorm warning getting trimmed back now. Now we're getting a lot of published wind reports coming in from the Marion, Indiana area. Trees downed on the south side of Marion. Time estimated from radar there. So getting a lot of damage reports coming in from Grant County from a lot of tree damage and power line damage. And that our chasers are saying the same thing in the field there. Strongest winds right now coming into Wayne County and Jay County. Crossing State Road 1 right now. Coming into Pennville and Red Key. Farmland, you guys are on deck as well. You can see this nice apex, this nice bow echo of strong winds here. Portland, you guys are on deck as well. Coming back up here to northwest Indiana, have some strong storms coming ashore here. Michigan City, let's keep an eye on you guys. No warning yet for LaPorte, Lake, or Porter counties. We'll have to keep an eye on these storms as they move ashore and may impact your location here. A lot of heavy rain, though, across much of northern Indiana. Some areas may see well over an inch of rain, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. If there's any ponding or hydrologic outlooks. Kokomo, you guys are in the clear. Peru, you're in the clear. But not in the clear for the entire night. We do have additional storms in the area and forecast to be moving through Indiana overnight tonight.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And they extended the severe thunderstorm watch to far southeastern Indiana. Fayette, Franklin, Ohio, Ripley, Switzerland, Union, and Wayne counties. Now in a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. Our good news is our tornado warning was allowed to expire. We are down to severe thunderstorm warnings.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
These storms are currently moving to the southeast, east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Tornado possible in our northern warning. For this feature here, moving into Jay County out of Blackford County. This storm had a tornado warning on it previously. That area of rotation has broadened out. It's more straight line winds, but we'll have to watch it for any kinks that develop. Hopefully, they don't redevelop, and we don't see any signs of rotation redevelop from that. Strong pocket of straight line winds coming into the Hortonville area, though, if you're in the Westfield area. 60-mile-per-hour winds here, and this goes until, I believe, 6:15 p.m. This is for Boone in Hamilton County in central Indiana. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as penny-sized hail. Strongest winds coming into the Hortonville area right now. Just to the south and east of Sheridan, north of Carmel. So if you're in Westfield, Noblesville, heads up, have some strong winds just to your west that could impact your area. Strong winds moving into Jay County now, crossing State Road 1. Portland here in about 5 to 6 minutes or so. The gust front will be coming through town. Winchester a little bit longer, probably about 10 minutes here. And Muncie, just torrential rainfall right now. The worst of the wind is through town. So on the right side of your screen, this is dual radar, what we're using. So on the right side of your screen is wind velocity. The brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. The left side of your screen is reflectivity, showing the precipitation, how hard it's raining. Currently, I don't really see much in the way of rotation over here. Just some straight line winds is what we're seeing here. Some stronger winds aloft, likely being pulled down in this bow echo here. You can see the kind of the backward comma head here crossing State Road 1 near Pennville in this area is showing some signs of some strong straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as quarter-size hail. Getting some wind damage reports coming in outside of Hartford City as well. Just an estimated report there. I don't like mentioning those. But these batch of rain and thunderstorms will slowly work their way southward here this evening. Central and southern Indiana will get their fair share of thunderstorms and maybe even a severe thunderstorm or two later on this evening and into overnight tonight. We're watching a supercell near Kankakee, Illinois as well. This is staying in Illinois for right now, which is good. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lake and Porter counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Strongest winds right now coming up to US 27 in Jay County, so getting pretty close to Portland here. Coming through Green and Red Key right now, and we'll likely see the winds pick up in Jay County, Indiana, as well as Wayne County near the Winchester, Indiana, along State Road 32, 28, and Farmland, getting hit with the gust front right now. A little hard to tell exactly how strong it is here. We're getting quite a ways from the radar, so we're getting a little bit higher up. Strong winds coming through the Hortonville area right now, north of Westfield in Noblesville, Indiana, getting some strong winds just to the west, moving a little bit slower at 20 miles per hour. This is for Boone County and southern Hamilton County in central Indiana. So it's northern Boone County. Watch out there. also have severe thunderstorm warnings getting issued now once again for Lake and Porter County. If you're in the southern end of these counties, Hebron, Couts, Schneider, may be a while before this storm reaches you guys. They are issuing this for this line coming across Lake Michigan right now, coming into northern Indiana. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as quarter-size hail. Also have a supercell with a tornado warning on it near Kankakee, Illinois. This area is just a hot spot for severe weather this year. The radar indicated here. We'll have to watch this storm if it moves into Indiana. We'll have to keep an eye on that later on here this evening. Winds up to 60 miles per hour for Jay and Wayne counties, Indiana, as well as Boone County, Indiana. Strong winds here near the Hortonville area, north of Westfield, coming near Noblesville, Indiana. Strong downburst there just southwest of Cicero. Another severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Henry County, Indiana. Strong winds starting to show up here, continue to show up here near Hortonville, north of Westfield in Boone County, Indiana, north of Carmel near Noblesville. Right, we see these brighter greens right in here. It's a nice pocket of strong winds up to 60 miles per hour near Noblesville, Indiana. Also, watching storms just to the west of Indiana near Kankakee. Have a tornado warning up there for Illinois. Not currently in Indiana. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for Lake and Porter County, Indiana. These are going to be for our storms coming south out of across Lake Michigan. So multiple new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in. These are all baseline severe thunderstorm warnings. LaPorte County under a baseline severe thunderstorm warning now for winds up to 60 miles per hour. Strong winds still it's kind of hard to tell exactly how strong these winds are here coming into Jay and Wayne County, or moving through Jay and northwestern Wayne County. With strong winds coming along the US 27 corridor. Winds up to 60 miles per hour here. And penny-sized hail and perhaps up to quarter-sized hail. Good news is I don't see any rotation on any of these anymore, which is good news. We don't need to see any more of that develop. If you're down here in the Westfield area, pretty strong winds starting to develop just outside of Noblesville, Indiana. If we get our tracker on that, between 50 and 60 miles per hour is kind of where we're at on that. Kind of borderline severe thunderstorm warning right there, but it is strong. Winds up to gusts to 60 miles per hour possible with that. So 3 new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in now for northern Indiana, northwest Indiana, LaPorte County, Porter County, and Lake County now all under severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms coming across Lake Michigan. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. And some severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette, Union, and Wayne County, perhaps getting extended or continuing there. As well as a flash flood warning continuing for Clinton, Delaware, Henry, Madison, and Tipton counties. A large severe thunderstorm warning getting issued now for Richmond, Indiana, and even into Ohio as well. Northern Union and Fayette counties also getting included. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. The strongest winds that I see kind of right in here near the Westfield area. Strong winds up to 60 miles per hour there. Switching radars here. Nice gust front coming through the Jay County and Wayne County areas. Modoc, Winchester, Lynn, just Portland and south is kind of where the strongest winds have shifted there. And then looking back here to our west, still watching our supercell near Kankakee, Illinois. That's just kind of hanging out in Illinois at the moment. And if you're in the Fowler area, I'd kind of watch that guy if it makes it that far. For right now, we are watching these storms coming out of Michigan into northern Indiana. If you're in Michigan City, Indiana, heads up, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Same thing if you're in Portage and Chesterton, Indiana as well. Some strong winds coming off Lake Michigan. Large flash flood warning in effect until midnight across all of central Indiana, Muncie, Alexandria, Tipton, Anderson, Fishers, all under a flash flood warning, and also including Kirkland, Indiana. Watching some chaser footage here behind the scenes. So getting some damage reports coming in here across Indiana from damaging winds. Pretty nice pocket of straight line winds here, and you're coming into Carmel, Indiana. Nice pocket here. Could be a little bit of clear air, kind of in between the best returns here. So something to keep an eye on there. Noblesville, Westfield, Carmel winds up to 60 miles per hour. Nice pocket of straight line winds there. As well, if you're in east central Indiana, strong winds coming into the Jay County area, just passing through Ridgeville, Saratoga, Salamonia. So Wayne, Jay County line. Nice bow echo here coming near the Ohio line. That'll be coming near Saratoga, Winchester, and Salamonia, and then Fort Recovery, Mercer County, and then Darke County, Ohio. Portland, Indiana. Jay County is actually no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled, and they are leaving that for Wayne County, Indiana, and then for Richmond County, Indiana. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Been live for a few hours here today. Moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning for LaPorte County, Porter County, and Lake County, Indiana. These storms are just starting to move on shore here. If you're in northern Indiana, Michigan City, likely going to see some strong straight line winds move ashore any minute here. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. See these brighter returns right in here. Special marine warning for those offshore. Also, severe thunderstorm warning just to the west for Illinois. Strong line of storms moving into Indiana. Also, watching a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, golf ball size hail, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds just to the west of Newton County, Kentland, Indiana, Morocco. Still watching these storms off to the west. The strongest portion of the storm is just on the east side or west side of Kankakee, State Road 17 in Illinois. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it moves towards the Fowler, Indiana area. If it makes a right turn, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Right now, it's moving more south than it is east, which is good. Hopefully, it stays off to the west in Illinois, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Bear with me here, guys. Just trying to set a couple things up here behind the scenes. I think we're going to have Ryan joining us here momentarily, just trying to get him set up here behind the scenes, so bear with us. That sounds like a rush, Kelsey. Hope everything went well with the calving there. Bear with us here, guys. Just working on a few things here behind the scenes, getting some things set up here. So bear with us here. Strong straight line winds getting ready to come into Fishers, Indiana. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, penny size hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Richmond, Indiana, Winchester, Muncie, Newcastle. Muncie, Indiana, likely going to see these warnings trimmed back here pretty soon. The worst of the storms are moving out of your area. Turning back up here to northern Indiana, northwest Indiana, especially really strong bow echo coming ashore here off Lake Michigan. Coming into Michigan City right now, winds up to 60 miles per hour, penny size hail. These are going to be coming into LaPorte County as well as Porter County. If you're in Lake County, have a little bit more time on your hands before these storms come into your area there. And we're also watching a pretty strong storm just to our northwest of Lake County coming into Chicago, Illinois. Also, watch out for waterspouts offshore on Lake Michigan as this line comes ashore. Couple areas to watch there offshore Lake Michigan.
Test 1, 2. There we go. That sounds better.
There we go.
Perfecto. Throw it on my screen. I'll be good to go. All right, guys, welcome on in. I am Ryan here, going to relieve Caleb for a little bit here. We have a couple things ongoing here, but I want to take attention and draw attention up to the northwest part of Indiana. We have this this complex of storms that is moving onto shore currently off of Lake Michigan, Michigan City area. We have our camera actually. Bear with me here. I'm going to bring up our camera courtesy of Wells Street Beach. This is going to be in Gary, Indiana, facing Lake Michigan here. And this winds coming off the lake with the storm are quite strong in nature as it pushes onto shore here. So do take this seriously. There is a warning in effect here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail as it moves through Lake and Porter counties. Again, Michigan City on deck here, Portage, Chesterton, Westville, Ogden Dunes, Gary, Hobart, Valparaiso, and LaPorte on deck for that. That warning, again, is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Take the camera back off your screen.
How strong these winds are off this storm that just passed through the shore.
Take back the radar for you guys here. Outside of that, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Primarily, we have central Indiana currently in the worst and the most numerous warnings, at least. We have Indianapolis downtown in a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning here. Pretty gusty winds going through Fishers, Carmel, and Zionsville at the current moment, heading toward Brownsburg, the Lawrence area. Downtown Indianapolis is going to be hit by this storm. Also over here further to the west, we also have Madison, Delaware, Randolph, Henry, and Wayne County, as well as northern Fayette and Union counties. Very, very large warnings here in effect. Most of these are going to be in effect for damaging wind, upwards of 60-mile-per-hour gusts within these storms, but would not be shocked to see a few larger stones of hail mixed in. Turn on the hail tracker. None of these storms really, to me, stand out as prolific hail producers. Perhaps over here in the Zionsville area has the strongest signature there for the time being. But otherwise, I think these storms currently, for both northwest Indiana as well as central Indiana, primarily just a wind concern at the current moment, at least. Going back up to the northwest part of Indiana, we have a couple of severe warnings on the Illinois side. There's actually a tornado warning in effect about a county over to the Illinois side, Iroquois and Kankakee County. It's always Kankakee, it seems like. That gets hit with a lot of these storms, but you can see the reds and the greens coming together very closely on the Illinois side. Luckily, this storm is, at least for the time being, it's going to stay in Illinois. It's going primarily southward here. So this may stick in Illinois and not be an Indiana problem. Let's hope that continues. But if you have any friends or family in the Watseka area, Gilman area, Clifton, and Martinton area, you guys are on deck with that. Looking at the radar as a whole, there's a lot of light to moderate rain going on out there. That's what we call stratiform rain. It can also put a dent in the environment too by sucking a lot of the instability out of the atmosphere. I'm sure Caleb's been talking about this off and on throughout the day, but today could have been a much more widespread threat if we didn't have all the stratiform rain around that kind of hindered some things here. So good news is the threat is not as high as it could have been, but the bad news is we're still getting some pockets here within these lines of gusty winds. In fact, the latest scan coming out of Fishers and Carmel area has me concerned for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into downtown Indy, currently north side of Indy, Meridian Hills, Windale, Lawrence, Claremont, Brownsburg on deck here. The brighter green velocity colors are winds that are topping 60 miles per hour. So very strong winds here pushing into Indy Metro. Again, the warning here for Indy is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It includes places like Lawrence, Cumberland, Beech Grove, Southport, over toward Clayton, Danville, and Liston areas. Anywhere in between the areas I just mentioned, also in line with this storm. Going back up to our Gary, Indiana camera, it is getting absolutely rocked right now. I'll get this pulled back in so you guys can see it. The flag is whipping around. We're also getting a lot of gusty winds here. This is going to be at Gary, Indiana, Wells Street Beach. That is very strong, likely a severe storm there. That flag and those winds are cranking coming off Lake Michigan. That is insane. This is every bit of severe here coming off of Gary, Indiana. I also want to thank and shout out the Wells Street Beach for being a sponsor of this camera. Again, facing to the northeast off of Lake Michigan here in Gary. If you guys have damage reports from today, feel free to send them our way. Very soon, we're going to have an app that's going to be launching here, hopefully sometime in the next couple of weeks. It's still in development. However, we are getting close to the end of beta testing. And once we launch that, you guys can report your weather via photo and video submission within the app. We're looking forward to that. But yeah, this is a very intense wind here. Is there a concern for tornadoes? Currently, not that I'm seeing anywhere on the radar. I'm watching closely. I don't see much rotation anywhere that I'm seeing at the current moment. Looks more just gusty winds across the board. So I'll take this back off the screen here for the time being. Also want to get this camera back up and roll. I'm not sure why it reset, but we'll get that back up here and point in the proper direction. All right. Back to the radar we go. So this bow echo coming on shore is pretty gusty in Michigan City area, Chesterton. The velocity on this, check this out. And yeah, we do have a couple areas here of gusty winds from about that Gary area all the way through Michigan City, about to hit Westville and South Haven areas. That is for sure. Besides that, a lot of lighter rain further to the east here by Napanee, South Bend, over toward Auburn and Angola, Fort Wayne regions. Our highest concern there is definitely within that Michigan City area as that complex moves onto land. Otherwise, the other areas here, Muncie is now on the backside of this. So you guys are clearing out with just some rain now. Hartford City, the same thing applies. Marion, Kokomo, you guys are clear. Just some rain, perhaps some thunder for you guys. Further south, this line is going to continue on its south-southeast trek. So Indianapolis on deck here. If it continues, Martinsville, Franklin, Greenwood, Morristown, Greenfield, Richmond, Connorsville on deck. Swing back in on the storm here as it moves into Indianapolis Metro. Again, the brighter green velocities here are concerning me for some heavier pockets of wind here coming through Zionsville, heading out of Zionsville now toward Meridian Hills. Other areas are going to be Windale, Claremont, Lawrence, North Crow's Nest, Warren Park, and Brownsburg areas. My concern with this is not for rotation or hail, but rather 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that could take down some trees and some power lines in this local area. A nice downburst signature showing up between Lawrence and Fishers. Turn on the SRV on that. You can see that's a very pronounced downburst going on here, heading into the Lawrence area. What does this look like off the TIDS radar? That's my next question. About the same. Take back Indianapolis. So likely very strong winds here all throughout the leading edge of this line. Will the round coming into northwest Indiana hit Muncie? The answer is unlikely. On the east side of the state here in that Muncie, Newcastle, Winchester area, the radar continues to show a complex that's moving into Ohio, but also kind of southward into Cambridge City currently. So Cambridge City, Louisville, Richmond, and Fountain City on deck here. Abington, Connorsville as well on deck here. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds is your greatest concern. The velocity on this doesn't really stand out to me that much. I will say this, up here in the Winchester and Union City areas, there is some very good signature here for this storm as it pushes into Ohio toward Greenville, Rossburg, and Union City areas. That is a very strong pocket of wind there pushing into Ohio. So this complex is cranking on that side, but luckily it's out of the Indiana and into Ohio. Taking a look at the Wilmington radar here too. Not going to be that much better of a look. So we're going to treat this as a very strong gusty winds moving into Richmond now, Abington and Cambridge City at the current moment. As well over here, these downburst signatures continue to show up on velocity here, where you see these brighter greens and a little bit of reds mixing in there. Almost have to be careful with these setups because reds and greens coming together can be deceiving for rotation, but in this case, I believe it to be a downburst. Those winds coming off of Lake Michigan up in Gary are still cranking. I'll reshare the Well Street Beach cam so you guys can see it still, but it's just continuing to just blow off Lake Michigan, probably between 40 and 55 miles per hour. Got a comment saying it's looking pretty nasty around Richmond. So let us know what you're seeing. If you can do so safely, obviously. At the current moment, not seeing anything tornadic on radar. There may be some like broad rotation in some areas, but broad rotation very rarely turns into serious rotation. It can, but in this case, on days like today, not overly concerned for that happening. There is a report out of Muncie of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pull up the power outage map while I'm at this. See how many people are out of power in the state here. About 46,000 people are without power. Much of those are in Lake County. So if you're in Lake County, you got hit pretty hard by that previous storm, and also getting hit hard again with this secondary storm. That is kind of crazy there. Now, again, we're having this complex up there's kind of two parts to this for some of you guys. So up by Chesterton, Gary, Ogden Dunes, it is pretty gusty here, but they have a secondary little Boeing segment back here. It's going to hit you guys in Whiting, Hammond, and Gary again. Hail now upgraded to ping pong ball size in diameter within this warning. So not only we're looking at very strong winds, but also the potential for some pretty big hail too. Also, I'm watching this area by Valparaiso. It's got a little bit of a hook on it. Velocity, though, is very cluttered. It's very difficult to see what's in here. There could be some broad rotation in there. In fact, there probably is, looking at some of low-level data here, there may be some broad rotation that is right around the Westville area here within this storm. Right around where this hook is at, just west of Westville, is where I'm concerned about. This area right here. It's hard to depict with the radar product currently, but would not be shocked to see a little bit of some rotation there. Going back down south for Indianapolis, I know a lot of you guys are watching from the Indy area. We're still watching it closely. Those bright greens continue to move into downtown Indy. So still thought process here has not really changed much in terms of our severe wind threat here in Indianapolis Metro. We're looking at Hendricks and Marion counties here until 6:45 Eastern. A little bit of a bigger signature for wind here in the Lisbon and Cambridge City areas on the south side of Newcastle. Probably some gusty winds going on there. Richmond should be getting hit with wind, if not now, then very, very soon. How fast is the storm Michigan City going to move? That's a great question. The text of the warning, it does say moving to the south at 30 miles per hour, so a pretty slow mover there. Has some convergence, also looks like a little bit of rotation there, but nothing too tight. But does warrant some concern here in the Westville area for at very least very strong winds. Looking at the low-level radar data here coming out of the airport, TMDW, this gives us a really good low-level slice of the atmosphere here as it shoots its radar beam up and kind of reports back at very low levels. So it's actually very low, more accurate data what's happening on the surface. If you are in the Westville area, not only are there strong winds, but likely some very big hail within this complex as well. Whether you see the purples and black colors, that's your hail core we're concerned about. So Westville getting hit pretty hard, I have to imagine, and areas around Westville in general, just getting the hammer laid down in the storm. Hopefully, it's not as bad as what radar looks like, but it appears to be quite quite the storm here. All right, back south here to Indy. Kind of bouncing back and forth here. Winds are finally calming down in Gary, Indiana for now. But back down here in Indy, we're still seeing those brighter greens showing up on radar here. So we're about to impact downtown Indy in a matter of about a few minutes here. Looks like between 40 and 50 mile per hour winds. There are pixels in here that I'm going to kind of pick out close to 60. Yeah, 51 mile per hour pixel there up here in this cherry picking, about 51 there too. So definitely some gustier winds here pushing through that could break down some tree limbs and blow some trash cans, stuff like that. But nothing that screams, significant right now, but definitely warranted of a warning here for sure as this moves into Indy. Richmond should be getting impacted right now as we speak with wind, the leading edge of that moving into Richmond. On deck would be Abington, Boston, Waterloo, Glenwood, and Connorsville areas. This complex is trying to shoot further east into Ohio, so it should clear into Ohio by Abington, Liberty, and West College Corner. I don't think it'll dip that far south, but if it does, it'll continue toward Brookville and Cedar Grove areas, but it should skip into Ohio before it reaches those areas. Up here in the Fort Wayne, general North Indiana area, if you're not up there in the Michigan City region, I'll circle it. If you're not up in this region up here, but if you're over here, you guys are okay. Over here, you guys get a smiley face. Over here, though, you guys are not okay. As storms continue, and those storms look to be the strongest that we have in the state currently. Can I zoom out? I sure can. Velocity on this Northwest Indiana is so cluttered, it's very hard to depict where some gusty winds and perhaps rotation is going to be at. If there is any rotation, it's going to be just south of Westville. However, I do think it's more so a downburst signature, but it does line up with a little bit of a hook on radar, so it draws my attention. There is a tornado possible tag on this warning. So I am drawing my own attention to it a little bit more detailed there near Wanata. So we'll have to watch this area very closely here for perhaps a increasing velocity, perhaps rotation as well. But at very least, it's definitely a big hail core there and strong winds. But if you're in Wanata and point south toward La Crosse, keep an eye out for the storm. Expect a warning to be issued for La Crosse areas here shortly. I have to imagine they're going to issue a downstream warning here. It's going to be for Jasper County, perhaps Stark, and the very far southern half of LaPorte County. Fort Wayne's clear, just a lot of rain out there, a lot of light to moderate rain. Further south, this is where the other currently severe storms are. Indianapolis being impacted right now as we speak. And yeah, over Speedway, there's quite a bit of wind showing up here on velocity. Close to 60 mile per hour winds here. Cambridge City also getting a little bit higher velocity signatures there. Getting close to 60 mile per hour there. So we have a little bit of sporadic areas impacted or being shown to be a little bit more higher impact than others right now. My main attention and focus is up here in Westville, Wanata area. I am keyed in on this area here just because velocity is looking a little bit interesting here. Looks like inflow to the storm, to be honest. Watching these storms closely up in the Whiting area as they move in. Gary about to be impacted again. Wind is calm right now in Gary. It looks like the wind is out ahead of this, so that tells me it might be outflow dominant, which may be a good sign. When wind is out ahead of the storms, that usually means we're outflow dominant, which means it's not taking on new inflow, which means the storm is typically just gusty and not really going to try to, produce big tornadoes or stuff like that. Should be a slowly dying storm if that's the case, but I can't confirm that 100%. Got Speedway being impacted right now by these gusty winds here in Indianapolis Metro. The airport radar here has the strongest winds over the Speedway. Also looking at 10th Street here and Vermont Street. Looking at West 10th, I just said that. West 10th Street, North Street, Walnut, Michigan Street, Vermont Street, Coswell Street. That general area here, west side of Indy. Looks like a new severe warning incoming for Stark, LaPorte counties. We'll take a peek at that here in just a second. Pulaski, Stark, and LaPorte County until 6:45. There's your new warning. They went ahead and added the tag on this for a possible tornado, but the main concern is 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. They did downgrade the hail size back down to 1 inch instead of ping pong, which is great news. However, I am still seeing this green and red area near Wanata that does stand out to me for a bit of rotation potentially. If not rotation, very strong winds as well as some bigger hail. There's your hail tracker. The purples and the pink zones there is where that hail core is shown to be maxing out, which is likely indicating some pretty big hail falling in the Westville to Wanata area. Downstream of this storm, we have Hannah, La Crosse, North Judson, San Pierre, Bass Lake. We're also going to put Knox on deck here as well. The warning polygon kind of splits Knox in half. So we'll put Knox on alert there as well. Major highways. We have State Route 8, 39. Also have US 30 that goes through here. State Route 10 and 421, as well as US 35. A lot of major arteries within this warning. Again, keeping an eye up here in the Whiting Gary area as this complex moves back on the shore. Take a look back down by Richmond for you guys down there. See a few comments asking. So Richmond is in the worst, or should be in the worst right now. there actually is a little bit of a higher wind signature by Cambridge City that's moving in towards Centerville and perhaps into Richmond. That pixel here is 63 miles per hour. So this is going to be right along I-70 here between Cambridge City now and Centerville. So likely some pretty strong winds here as this continues to march in towards Centerville. The good news, like I said before, with this complex over here is that it's going to be in Ohio before we know it. So it should kind of take a path from Connorsville to Everton to Brookville and in toward the Cincinnati, Ohio area. So 1, 2, maybe 3 counties at most being impacted by that complex there. And that's no longer a problem. The complex here in Indianapolis is now over downtown. The worst of the wind looks to be missing downtown just off to the west where Speedway is at. And those winds on radar, very close proximity here, so more accurate data, still has severe level winds here over that Speedway area, just west of downtown. Definitely more of a downburst signature with the latest scan there. Regardless of the wind or rotation, the hail core continues to be very impressive. It's going to impact 421 at US 30 between Wanata and Hanna areas. Really, the only 2 storms I'm seeing that really warrant my concern currently is this one in Wanata. It's going to be trending down as well. And also in Indianapolis Metro, this storm is also producing gusty winds, but they're very localized in nature here for the time being. So right now, at least, we're kind of relaxing. The latest scan on this one went from really brighter kind of blues and greens in here to the latest scan, just kind of lighter greens. So this is also weakening here pretty quick. There is some concern over here in Centerville for some gusty winds as well. New warning coming in there, looks like, for Hendricks, Johnson. Big warning. Morgan, Marion, Johnson, Hendricks, and is that Hancock? Yes, Hancock, as well as Shelby. So a big warning coming in, probably just downstream of the one that's currently warned here in the Indy area, which I'm going to assume is what they're doing with this. There it is. They're going to go 60 mile per hour wind observed. That seems fair given the radar in close proximity here. So new downstream warning includes Martinsville, Franklin, Shelbyville, Greenwood areas. Your main concern with this is wind. There is no tag on this for anything tornadic, which is great news. I don't see rotation with this storm personally. I see mostly just gusty winds here as this comes out of the Indy area. But if you are in Indy, it's probably still loud. It's raining hard. It's probably windy as well. But there should be a very little hail risk and definitely not anything tornadic that I'm seeing. Look at all these greens and reds just kind of thrown in there. That's not a very clear signal. That's not supposed to be like that. But sometimes the radar can do funky things on days like today. Looking at the velocity coming out of the Whiting, Hammond, and Gary areas, looks subdued up there. I think that's great. That's probably great news for those of you up in Lake County. You guys have been hit pretty hard, not just today, but this year in general. This year has been very not kind to you guys up there in Lake County, to be exact. So, for the time being, even though there's storms rolling in here, they don't look that bad to me. Looks like the actual okay. So I think that's what's happening here. These storms do in fact have an outflow boundary to them, and you can see it on radar here. I'm going to draw my pen tool here. There's a little line you're seeing here, well out ahead of the storm, right there. This is your outflow boundary, and that is well ahead. So your winds with these storms are going to happen and arrive before they get to you. You may look over here and say, "Oh, I'm in St. John. There's nothing happening here," but the wind has already hit you. And behind that, will probably just be some rain, some lightning and thunder, but the wind itself is now near Lowell and Schneider areas. That is a sign that these storms are also weakening. But in the meantime, the outflow boundary can still produce severe wind. In fact, we're going to get
A
considerable
new
warning
considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
now. Where are they putting this one at? Benton County. So we'll see here if they put an observe tag on this perhaps, but we'll see. I do know coming off of the Gary area earlier, it was really, really windy. I'm kind of curious if they went ahead and got a confirmed measurement here for a considerable warning for Benton County. Actually, I'm well off here. I'm way off. Hold on. There we go. Now I'm right now. So we're going down here. This is going to be for that cell that was rotating and tornado warned a few minutes ago in the Kankakee, Illinois area. They basically just clipped the western half of Benton County. I thought Benton, for some reason, was up in Northwest Indiana. It still is in Northwest Indiana. But I thought it was one of these counties down here by Rensselaer, but that's Jasper County. I've been up all night tracking storms, so I'm definitely drained here, guys. So I apologize. Bear with me here. But western half of Benton County, considerable severe warning here for not only 70-mile-per-hour winds, they're also talking tennis ball size hail with this storm. The worst of it still Illinois side, and let's hope it stays Illinois. We don't want tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds within this. They did not include the tag on this for a tornado, although I would not be shocked if they do. There is a little bit of rotation in there, but nothing too crazy. Probably more elevated in nature, or perhaps not really surface based at this point. We'll see. Yeah, I don't have a camera in the airport, but I can give you a measurement of the wind here. I'm very curious to see what it measured here as well. In fact, let me go ahead and see if I can't look that up, or at least get in communication with Weather Service to see what they measured there. I'm going to start with the observation map first and see if it's reported. It may take a second or two. Yep, in fact, we do. We have 52 miles per hour at the airport, 52-mile-per-hour gust at the airport. So for reference, that is still technically below severe criteria. It's 58 or greater for severe weather, or for the wind side of things. 52 is about 6 miles per hour shy, still strong. Don't get me wrong by any means. It's still pretty strong and gusty. But the actual severe did not get measured there, at least for the time being, at the IND International Airport. Gusty winds now moving into Sam Pierre, North Judson, Bass Lake, and Wheatfield areas. Your outflow boundary, I'm going to assume it's here. It probably kind of swings down like this. So this is where the worst of the winds are going to be. That white line I just drew. This is sagging southward here. So Fair Oaks, Roselawn, Winnemac, Rochester on deck here. The actual storms are behind the actual gust front within this storm. So you may see wind. You will see wind before you get rain. It's a very important thing to note. back down south we go. Indianapolis Metro. We just looked at this a few minutes ago. Still nothing that really stands out to me that pops, but you can tell coming out of the radar site here, winds are roughly 45 to 50 miles per hour. And over here on the east side, it's a little bit weaker, but still pretty gusty. New Palestine, Sugar Creek, Greenwood, and Mooresville areas on deck for these winds. All over further east, these gusty winds continue in Abington and Waterloo areas. This is 64 mile per hour pixel within that little blob there of tannish yellow color. So pretty gusty winds here just south and west of Richmond. This should be Ohio's problem in about 20 more minutes. Again, the considerable warning in effect is for this storm technically in Illinois, but it is starting to sag into Indiana here. Let's hope it stops. So actually, the latest update here off of the Indianapolis airport, the measurement is now 58.7. So they did measure severe level wind gusts off of the passing storm though. So take note, severe winds are moving through Indianapolis. The latest scan on this, you guys notice that hook on the backside there getting more pronounced? There is some rotation there. But again, there's no tornado possible tag on this. I'd be inclined to say they probably should add it or perhaps Tor warn this, for Illinois at least. The hook there lines up with the rotation on velocity. I would definitely say that's definitely possible. I don't have eyes on it. It could be elevated in nature, but that rotation there is definitely concerning, at least to my eye. Regardless, though, tennis ball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds. The warning does include the very far western part of Benton by Ambia, Boswell, and that's about it. It stays west of Earl Park and Fowler. This yellow polygon is what we're looking at here. That's your severe warning cutoff point. Gary is now getting the worst of this. Looking at the overall, yeah, this looks like just garden variety for the time being. Maybe gusts between 30 and 40, but nothing close to severe up there in Lake County, which is great news. The warning does continue, though, for 60 mile per hour winds and $half size hail. So check the hail tracker on this, and there's a little bit of marker there in Whiting, Hammond, Highland, Gary area. Nothing that jumps out yet, though. So definitely not the highest concern I have on the radar currently. We are now at 78,000 customers in Indiana without power. Porter and Lake counties lead the way, followed by Grant County, followed by Randolph County, followed by Delaware County. So quite a few outages out there. 78,000 customers are without power. The severe watch is beginning to get canceled and trimmed back from north to south, so take that into consideration. We're starting to cancel some counties out there, so hopefully we can clear more people as the night goes on, which we will be able to fairly quickly. Let's check on the Indianapolis cell here. We just had a measurement come out of the airport of 58 miles per hour, but I will say this. You can see the strong winds going into the radar here, but coming out, they are weakening. They were bright red, now they're kind of darker reds, which is meaning that the winds on this are coming down. Even on the airport radar here, the TIDS radar, we're not seeing too much here that really stands out. You can actually see this brighter green actually develop, go right over the radar site here, and it's back weakening back out. It's kind of crazy how that just kind of strengthened right at the airport. So this is likely localized in nature. New warning coming in for Fayette, Franklin, Union, and Wayne County. So this storm, this cell over here, but that's kind of interesting. The Indianapolis cell was probably a localized, a brief downburst there, and now is weakened. So that new warning, a lot of you guys may be on the weaker side of that severe wind criteria, but we'll see. I don't see too much on radar that really concerns me coming out of the other side of that radar in Indianapolis. Looking at the east side here, new warning basically what we told you guys, down by Brookville, up toward Connorsville, and points into Ohio is where this storm's going to track. The new warning doesn't include Brookville. It does include Bath. It does include West College Center, Liberty areas. But once again, this is about to be Ohio's problem in about 15 more minutes. In the meantime, this gust front is about to enter West College Corner, Bath areas, and is currently over the Liberty area. So 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible there, and that is all we have to be concerned about. Otherwise, I think we're ramping down here very quickly. The highest concern I have right now at the current moment is this storm in Watseka, and that's in Illinois. It is drifting into Indiana, perhaps, question mark. But I did see they did tornado warn this finally for the Watseka area. Tennis ball size hail and radar indicated rotation. There's a rotation up here just north and west of Watseka, Illinois. If that continues, it's going to stay in Illinois for quite a while here. The rotation, at least. Looking at the hail core of this, it's probably going to be on a beeline here toward Ambia and eventually toward Hedrick, Pence, and Judyville. So if you live in those areas downstream here by Ambia, Boswell, Judyville, and Pence, I would be concerned as this cell is trying to drift over and into your areas here. I'm going to reiterate once again that I don't see too much anything concerning on the current warnings here besides gusty winds, but most of the gusty winds may be below severe criteria. I am more inclined to think our highest concern at the moment, besides the wind, is going to be the storm as it progresses, perhaps into Benton County. But even then, it's going to be in Illinois for a while, so we'll see. I don't know if we're going to stay on too much longer, if we're going to wrap things up again here, but either way, we are kind of back in that a little bit of a downswing here. I will certainly zoom out and show you guys the radar. Have to watch the storm here heading into Vermilion County. Nothing that really stands out to me with this, besides gusty winds with this one as well, but we're going to watch this carefully. It looks like a downburst there heading into Westville and Georgetown. That'd be heading in toward Newport areas here. We do have a weather camera in Vermilion County. I actually have 2 of them there. We'll keep an eye on that, but otherwise, that's on deck there for you guys. Otherwise, there's not much going on here. What red circle are we talking about? Test 1, 2. Yeah, my sound's coming through. Richmond, your storms are past you, so you're in the clear. Just some rain there for you guys. The storms continuing out of Indianapolis also continue to not really impress me. Gusty winds probably just south of Richmond here, Abington, Liberty, Boston area. That's really all I'm seeing there. A lot of statements and flood advisories getting involved here. A new severe warning for Lake County. I'm not entirely sure why. Unless it's for hail related. The new warning there is for. I don't understand. The wind there is not, at least that I see, is not concerning. There could be a hail threat developing there, but for sure, there's a little bit of a hail signature, not off the charts, but between Griffith, St. John, and Maryville areas. It's actually be very close to our Dyer cam. Let's pull up our Dyer cam, courtesy of the town of Dyer. I'll get that pulled in just a second. Let's turn this bad boy to the north. So this is courtesy of the town of Dyer, but as you can see, the wind here is just subtle. It's garden variety at this point. The trees are not moving. It's heavy rain for sure, but there's a better look at some trees there. A little bit of some wind on this side of things, but nothing too crazy. This is one of our newer cameras here, courtesy of the town of Dyer up in Lake County. So we'll be using this a lot more often going forward. Also, these cameras will be visible to you guys on our YouTube page, but also we'll have a public dashboard with more cameras coming soon for you guys. In the works, probably a fall launch at the current moment. Are you back, Caleb? Did you figure it out, or what are we doing? Okay. Okay. I mean, we can also look to wrap this up here soon too, because right now the only thing that really stands out to me is this Watsika cell. Yeah, everything else kind of looks subdued to 60-mile-per-hour winds at isolated points. There's nothing really that stands out to me currently, so velocity is pretty weak on a lot of this stuff. So it's up to you. But
Yeah,
I would
want to stay on
I
at
would
least
probably
to watch
have
Watsika here, since that's
Okay.
especially for hail on that one. Probably stay on here for a little bit longer here before we hop off here, guys. But for the remainder of the evening, it's a lot of it's going to be a lot of rain, embedded Boeing segments for some damaging winds. Can't rule out a hail. I think the overall risk for a tornado is lower from here on out. I don't think it's a significant risk at all, but a brief spin up cannot be ruled out. If you guys have any damage reports, I do have damage threads posted on both IWO and IWN. If you guys have any storm reports or time stamps with those reports, would be much appreciated. Areas of reports most needed right now are in Grant County and then Northwest Indiana. Cedar Lake looked to have gotten hit very, very hard in Northwest Indiana earlier today. A lot of reports of trees down and power outages there. Almost 29,000 customers are without power right now in Indiana from these
Refresh that,
storms
Caleb.
ongoing. So
Refresh that, Caleb. You're at 100,000 customers now.
100,000 customers are now without power here in Indiana. So the risk is, or the outage numbers are escalating quickly as reports are coming in, and also storms have moving over new areas as well.
I'm going to try and pull some data here off of our Dire Cam because I'm looking around on this camera. It looks like it lost power at some point today. But if you look in the distance, there's a tree uprooted. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to see if I can't pull data from that particular storm and see if I can't find it.
It was pretty close. That was the strongest severe thunderstorm warning this year in Indiana, I believe. That was a 100-mile-per-hour destructive tag on that, Ryan, if you were following along earlier. That went EDS for Lake County, Indiana.
Yeah, not surprised by any means. Not surprised, but I was not as shocked me. I didn't. What I'm trying to say is I did see it. So hearing that, it's not really a shock to me. I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
Nope, you're good.
For those of you who do not know me, I'm on the Michigan side of things. I was up all night and also all day streaming today, so I am drained. So
yeah, had a busy last about 24 hours or so here. So
it's been a while.
If you're in the Indianapolis area, Indianapolis proper downtown, you guys are in the clear. These storms are now moving off to the south. Winds up to 60 miles per hour with these storms here coming into the Franklin area, Shelbyville. Also, if you're on the highway here, watch out for some debris on the highway still around the Marion area, I-69. Saw some comments floating around, maybe some plywood, some OSB, some tree debris still in the highway. Hopefully they got that pulled off to the side, but there still could be some foreign objects in the highway there from storms that went through earlier here. Sounds like Grant County got hit pretty hard from that storm that came through there. A lot of trees down, a lot of power outages there in the Marion, Indiana area. If you guys have any storm reports, feel free to send them in. You got a 60-mile-per-hour report there, yeah. Kate says, trees down in my neighborhood, including my front yard in Muncie. Looks like we had a wind report, 58 miles per hour. Looks like that was a measured report there, so winds near 60 miles per hour. A lot of rain just kind of filling in still across the state of Indiana. Still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. One for Lake County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Strongest winds southwest of Murrayville. Hard to tell if they are still at 60 miles per hour. Looks like they were a little bit stronger just to the northwest as they entered Indiana. Also, a bit of an outflow boundary ahead of these storms as well that we're keeping an eye on. A little bit of a gust front ahead of these. So some of the stronger winds may be well ahead. Like this is about 10 to 15 miles southwest of these storms is where that outflow is. So likely have a shelf cloud coming, rain, cold air, and then the rain comes a while here. The storm of question right now, the storm of interest, is coming into the Ambia, Indiana area. If you're in the Fowler area, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 2.5-inch hail, which is very large hail. This tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The hail core is sitting right on top of State Road 1 in Illinois. This is near Watseka, Sheldon, and Woodland, Illinois. If it were to make it all the way to Indiana, it would come pretty close to the Ambia area, State Road 71, Boswell. These areas in here would have to look out for that. There's also a tornado warning on this cell. A little bit of broad rotation to the Woodland, Illinois area. It has broadened out a little bit. I was a little bit more impressed with it. Just to the northwest side of Watseka, 49 State Road 1 near Crescent City, Illinois. That has broadened out, might be cycling, but there's still just, look at the amount of lightning. Cloud to ground lightning in this cell is impressive. But nonetheless, could have some hail in that cell. That is something to watch there. If you are in far west central Indiana, Boswell, Fowler, and Ambia, and this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, looks like, until 7:30 p.m. And this is the hail is actually observed, has an observed tag on it. The wind is radar indicated, and that is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Looking back down here to southwest, just to the north of Terre Haute, have a severe thunderstorm warning. Just off to the west near Georgetown, that is 60-mile-per-hour winds as the only hazard there. A little bit farther away from the radar. I think it had some stronger winds a little bit further to the west. Right in here, you see a little bit of that coming down. May have broadened out just a little bit. Nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on that. The good news is, if you're in southeast Indiana, Richmond, Indiana, you guys are in the clear. Liberty, Indiana, Brookville, Indiana, these storms are now exiting Indiana and moving into Ohio, so that is good news there on the southeast side of the state along US 27 corridor. That is some good news there. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Knox, Indiana area is getting ready to expire here in 3 minutes. So that is good news there. If you're in Lake County, Indiana, still in a severe thunderstorm warning, and this goes until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 6:15 Central. If you're in Lake County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter size hail. It is hard to tell. I'm leaning towards this is just a little bit on the underside, shy side of being severe in terms of wind. I think we're a little bit below that. In the 40 to 50 mile per hour range here in Lake County. If you guys are in Lake County, let me know what the winds are doing. I would be curious to know what you guys are seeing there. This storm here in the North Judson area looks to be below severe criteria as well. Good news overall, the strongest storm in the vicinity are the storms that are pushing through south side of Indianapolis, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, perhaps coming into the Franklin, Indiana area, Edinburgh, Martinsville, Shelbyville, just past the Mooresville, Indiana area. Over here, just outside of Indiana, near Watseka, we're watching a supercell thunderstorm. Currently has a tornado warning on it. And rotation still hanging on there near the Milford, Indiana area. Also has tennis ball size hail, 2.5-inch diameter hail associated with this. A really large hail core associated with this storm as well. That is something to watch if you're in the Ambia, Indiana area, areas to the west of Oxford, Indiana, west and south of Kentland, Indiana, under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball size hail, as well as gusts up to 70 miles per hour. The core of the storm is crossing near the Woodland, Illinois area, State Road 1, coming near Stockland. Tornado warning getting trimmed back there. Area of rotation was a little bit more well-defined, a little bit more impressive near the Watseka area, just northwest between Watseka and Crescent City, between 49 and 1. Playing forward that a little bit as it approaches the Milford, Illinois area, getting ever so closer to Indiana. A little bit more ill-defined, and also seeing maybe even a little bit of a split on this storm here as well, with the north side maybe taking a right turn just a little bit. We'll have to see how that trends there. Winchester, Indiana. Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are in the clear right now. Most of northern Indiana is in the clear for now. A lot of these storms are well below severe criteria, not as strong as what they once were. Stark County, Indiana, your severe thunderstorm warning has expired. Lake County, Indiana, you're at a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, been trimmed back. Although I'd be more inclined, I'm leaning towards this is below severe criteria, closer to the 50-mile-per-hour range versus 60, at least what I'm seeing here. If you guys are in Lake County, I'd be curious to know what you guys are seeing there. A lot of you guys are asking who's in the clear. I'm really only going to do this once, just because it's, if you guys are in this circle, roughly this circle, you guys should be good. But I can't say definitively you're in the clear for the remainder of the night. I'm not sure what that was in the background. You guys could see some additional storms later on tonight. Damaging winds are possible. Risk for widespread severe weather is lower in this region and a little bit higher to the south and to the west. But the severe risk is not over anywhere in Indiana yet. Not completely, anyway. We still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana, including a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for the Milford, Illinois cell, Watseka. That'll be coming in to portions of west central Indiana, close to the Ambia areas west of Fowler, west of 41. This storm's getting ready to cross into state lines, and that is currently warned for tennis ball size hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is the primary storm of concern at the moment. Taking back dual screen here to look at the winds associated with this. There is some broad rotation associated within it. The tornado warning is still in effect for 28 more minutes. Although the area of rotation has broadened out a little bit. It was a lot stronger just northwest of Watseka. That has since really broadened out. Hopefully we see that storm start to weaken here. That'd be best case scenario. Coming back here to the south of Indianapolis. South of the bypass there. A couple pockets of some strong winds associated with these storms moving south. Gusty winds near Franklin, Bargersville, and then Waverly could have winds up to 60 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds observed within this warning as well. So 60-mile-per-hour winds are occurring, likely in one of these little downburst areas here. The Waverly pocket, Bargersville, and near Franklin, where you see those brighter reds on the right hand of your screen. Those are where the strongest winds are occurring within this storm. Moving back over here to southeast Indiana, these storms are almost out of Indiana along the US 27 corridor. These are going to be moving into the Middletown area, Eaton, Ohio, Cincinnati, and moving off to the east. Coming back up here to northern Indiana, just rain across north central Indiana, Fort Wayne, Wabash County, just rain up here, some lightning. So there is still some lightning within this stratiform rain, so do keep that in mind. Up here across northwest Indiana, severe thunderstorm warning in fact for Lake County for 27 more minutes. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is moving off to the south at 35 miles per hour. Although I am curious to know what the winds are actually doing here. I'm leaning towards this is sub-severe at the moment. There could be some stronger winds mixing down to the ground. But even looking at the TDR, the airport radar, gives you a really nice low-level look here. I don't see a lot of winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's just hard to see that. There's also an outflow boundary of rain-cooled air, which is a gust front that's protruded well out ahead of these storms. So I'd be curious to know if 60-mile-per-hour winds are actually occurring in Lake County at the moment. I'm leaning towards maybe closer to the 50-mile-per-hour mark versus 60, but we'll have to see there. A lot of lightning associated with our Milford, Illinois cell. The storm is going to be moving into west central Indiana, west of Lafayette, near the Attica, Indiana area. Ambia, Oxford, and Fowler. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail, hen egg size hail associated with this. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. There's also some rotation associated with the cell too, just back here to the west of Milford between 49 and State Route 1 in Illinois. This will be coming into the Ambia area and Oxford, Indiana area as well. No severe thunderstorm warning for the Attica, Indiana area yet. National Weather Service watching the storm to see if they are going to issue one or not. If you guys have any damage reports or storm reports you want to submit to us, feel free to do so. We have some damage threads posted on the page. We love seeing your storm reports. If you do report damage or footage or anything like that, please include your time it occurred, where it occurred, locations, and what occurred. Was it tornadic damage, straight line winds, to the best of your ability. We've had no reports of confirmed tornadoes here today in Indiana, but lots of straight line winds reports here across the state of Indiana. A lot of lightning down here in the Shelbyville area. All these little white dots that you see on the screen, those are all cloud to ground lightning strikes. Really noisy thunderstorm moving over Shelbyville right now. A couple strong pockets of straight line winds, one coming near Franklin, Indiana, just moved through Bargersville, and one coming into the Waverly area. Nice pockets of straight line winds associated with this storm. This is an observed severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-size hail observed, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds observed. And this pocket of wind coming into Franklin is actually intensifying just a little bit. And we are right at 60 miles per hour coming right into Franklin. So downtown Franklin, 60-mile-per-hour winds observed heading your direction via the warning tag here. Quarter-size hail is also observed within this severe thunderstorm warning. Strongest winds just to the northwest of Franklin moving into town, and that's going to move along US 31 and I-65. If you're in the Amity area, Marietta area, heads up, watch for some strong winds to the north. Nineveh, Trafalgar as well, and Edinburgh, watch out for some stronger winds to the north. South of Greenwood moving south, and this storm is moving off to the south at 30 miles per hour. Not a super fast moving storm. Turning on our hail tracker here on the right side of your screen, kind of look at the hail core of these storms. Might be getting some small hail in the Shelbyville area, and also just to the east of Bargersville coming into Franklin as well. Could have some small hail, perhaps up to quarter size, associated with that. Much larger hail in the Milford, Illinois cell coming into close to the Indiana-Illinois state line. Much stronger storm there. Looking back up here across Lake County, Indiana, maybe some small hail associated with that. Just outside of Lowell, Indiana, near Cedar Lake. This is round 2 for you guys. You guys got hit hard earlier today. We were in that 100-mile-per-hour EDS severe thunderstorm warning earlier this afternoon. That was a very intense storm that moved through Lake County, Indiana. Across the state of Indiana, we're nearing 100,000 customers without power right now due to storms across the state of Indiana. If you're in Franklin, Indiana, strong downburst heading your way. Straight line winds moving into Franklin, Indiana. Pretty strong signature there. Right where you see the brighter reds on the right side of your screen, those are straight line winds. The brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. They are moving into downtown Franklin right now. Moving along I-65 and US 31. They're going to be moving south at about 30 miles per hour. Winds up to 60 miles per hour are observed with this storm, as well as quarter-size hail. As well as Trafalgar, also in line for this storm as well. Nineveh, Edinburgh, also in line for this storm. Areas to the north, just some rain up here across Indiana. Marion County, Indiana, just rain, maybe a few a few lightning bolts up here, but really nothing severe. Up here in Lake County, Indiana, I truly believe this storm is below severe criteria. Could have a few gusts, perhaps strong in this area, but it does appear to be below severe criteria. If you're in this area, I'd be curious to know what the winds are doing within this storm. The warning is getting trimmed back, which is some good news there. Hopefully it's allowed to expire. Watching this storm coming into the Milford, Illinois area, Ambia, Indiana. getting ready to impact you. 2-inch size hail, as well as winds to 70 miles per hour with this storm. It does have a hook echo on it, and you can also see a little bit of rotation on this supercell just on the west side of Milford, Illinois. About 10 miles or so from the Illinois-Indiana state border for the area of rotation. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It is ever so moving slightly south and east. It's moving more south than it is east, but we'll have to keep an eye on that if Indiana gets in on the action on that storm, but we'll keep an eye on that. Moving back down here to the south, strong straight line winds moving through Franklin right now, just to the south and west of Needham, crossing I-65 and State Road 44. Right where you see these brighter colors on the right side of your screen, these are the strongest winds associated with this bow echo here. 60-mile-per-hour winds are also observed within this storm. Quarter-size hail is also observed with this storm. Radar indicated as a source. At 6:41 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending 6 miles northeast of Martinsville, 7 miles east of Franklin, moving south at 30 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. But we do have an observed tag on that. So moving back up here, we'll go south to north. We'll stay on this one here coming into Franklin. We've got some strong the signatures here on this storm. Strong straight line winds just moving into town right now. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, moving along I-65, moving right south into Franklin right about now. Getting some stronger winds up to 60 miles per hour. That is an observed tag as well. Getting some strong wind gusts. Probably winds are getting a little gusty in the Trafalgar area as well, just outside of Nineveh. Areas to the north, mainly just heavy rain up in this area. Torrential rainfall occurring in the Wabash area, Grant County area. Once again, just some heavy rain, embedded lightning, not a lot going on there. Coming back up here to northern Indiana, northwest Indiana, Lake County, severe thunderstorm warning. Winds up to 60, quarter-size hail. I'd be curious to know if winds are actually at 60 miles per hour up here. At least on radar, they look to be a little bit shy of that. So some good news there. Hopefully we don't see any re-intensification of that. The next storm in concern is going to be our cell in Milford, Illinois, moving towards Ambia, Indiana. The good news is, though, this storm appears to maybe be weakening just a little bit. That appears to be some good news there. Still a little bit of broad rotation near the Milford, Illinois area, coming near the Wellington and Hoopeston, Illinois area. State Road 1, Rossville. If this does enter Indiana, it'll be near the Ambia area, Pence, Indiana, and Hendrick, Indiana area, just along the Indiana-Illinois state border. We're moving more south than we are east with this storm, so that is some good news there. But we do have a nice hook on radar. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Dearborn, Franklin, and Union. Getting trimmed back just a little bit. Or actually, that might be for this storm here. I'll have to see where that populates in at. But some nice straight line winds coming through Franklin right now. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. A nice expanding gust front too on the south side of the storm. You can really see it kind of. Looks like the winds have weakened a little bit near Franklin. If actually I play that back, if you look on the right side of your screen, you can see those brighter colors kind of expand there and then just kind of dissipate a little bit. But a large downstream warning being issued ahead of that. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail radar indicated. There are definitely some embedded pockets of winds that have reached 60 miles per hour. I don't think everyone will see 60-mile-per-hour winds within this warning box, but there are embedded pockets of winds up to 60 miles per hour. Coming back up here to northern Indiana, Lake County, Indiana. Still watching our line moving through to the south. Coming into the Schneider, Indiana area. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not a super big storm, not as intense as what round 1 was, thankfully. The storm is a little bit tamer compared to that one. We just have a baseline severe thunderstorm warning versus a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that was very intense and downright dangerous earlier today with that 100-mile-per-hour tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. That was about as intense as what you can get for Indiana. Very seldomly do you see destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana, and very seldomly do you see 80-plus destructive warnings in Indiana. 100-mile-per-hour warnings are very rare. You don't see those very often here in Indiana, thankfully. But we had one of those earlier today for northwest Indiana in Lake County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Bartholomew, Brown, Decatur, Johnson, and Morgan and Shelby until 8 p.m. So a few more severe thunderstorm warnings are coming in. We are watching these storms here around the Indianapolis area, just south of Indianapolis. Indianapolis proper, you guys are in the clear. This warning will likely get trimmed back. We are just watching storms in the Shelbyville area. Shelbyville, you're okay for right now. Looks like the winds are probably going to start calming down. Just some torrential rainfall right now, maybe some small hail. And then we are watching a couple pockets of embedded strong winds here in the Moretta area, as well as Nineveh coming into the Ettenberg area. Could see some strong straight line winds there. You can see where we've just had some embedded pockets, right where you see those brighter colors kind of pop up. Let me do this here. If you're on the right side of your screen, just north of Franklin, this is at 6:51 p.m. Bright colors there. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. That has since weakened a little bit, but you have some brighter pockets there along the leading edge of the storm, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour. We are watching this supercell thunderstorm flirting with the Indiana-Illinois border. Nice hook echo on radar here. Some broad rotation associated with it, but thankfully our tornado warning on it was allowed to be canceled. We do have a tornado possible tag in it, as well as golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds in the core of this storm. If the hail core does come into Indiana, probably be near between the Ambia and Pence, Indiana areas in west central Indiana. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Rain and thunderstorms are going to continue across Indiana into the overnight hours and even into tomorrow morning, well after midnight. The severe weather risk, I think, will decrease a little bit, especially into the evening hours and after the sun goes down. But can't rule out a strong to severe thunderstorm well after midnight into the early morning hours tonight across southern Indiana. These storms are going to slowly meander their way south as the evening goes on. And a few may contain strong to damaging winds. About 100,000 customers without power here in Indiana currently from storms here this afternoon. A lot of damage reports coming in, a lot of tree damage reports across the state of Indiana. Grant County, a lot of reports coming in from Grant County and Cedar Lake, Indiana. So central Indiana and then northwest Indiana, seeing a lot of damage reports coming in. Northwest Indiana and Lake County, that's where we had our destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 100-mile-per-hour winds earlier this afternoon on that warning. And Grant County had some really strong winds come through the Marion, Indiana area earlier this afternoon. Just some heavy rain and some embedded thunder coming through the Marion County, Indiana area proper right now. But below severe criteria, likely going to see the Lake County severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire here soon as well. Just some embedded pockets of some strong straight line winds here on the leading edge of these thunderstorms. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And we are watching our cell in northeast Illinois, or east central Illinois, rather, near the Hoopeston and Ambia, Indiana areas. Hoopeston, Illinois, Ambia, Indiana. Warned for large hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also has a tornado possible tag associated with it. You see a broad area of rotation associated with this hook echo on radar. It's actually quite a nice hook on it near Milford, Illinois. And the hail core sitting right in here where anywhere you see pink. There's likely some hail sitting right in there, just to the west of Stockland near Hoopeston, getting pretty close to the Ambia, Indiana area. No severe thunderstorm warning for Attica or Covington at the moment, but we'll have to watch trends here just to see how that storm evolves coming into your location. A lot of lightning associated with these storms, especially this storm down here near Franklin. It's just electric. All of these little white dots that you see are lightning, cloud to ground lightning strikes. This doesn't even include cloud to cloud or intercloud lightning, lightning that flashes above your head but doesn't hit the ground. These are just cloud to ground lightning strikes, and there are tons of them. So very noisy, very electrified thunderstorms here across the state of Indiana today. You can definitely hear these storms. Stay on here for a few more minutes here, just watching our Illinois cell here, primarily as the most intense storm in the area, as we have hail potentially 2 inches in diameter, between golf ball and 2 inches. There's a new tornado warning coming in. Radar indicated golf ball size hail. That is for Illinois, not Indiana. We'll have to keep an eye on that as it approaches Indiana. If you're in the Ambia area or areas just south along the Illinois-Indiana state line, this is a storm to watch. If you're north of the Covington area or Perrysville, Indiana areas, these are going to be something to watch as this storm is heading your way. Area of rotation near the Wellington, Illinois area. So still several miles away from Indiana, but that storm is just kind of ever so inching closer to Indiana, but is moving more south than it is east, which is good news. Maybe it'll just stay in Illinois, but we'll have to keep an eye on it nonetheless. Northwest Indiana, this severe thunderstorm warning expires in 8 minutes. I do think this storm is below severe criteria, which is good news there, mainly just rain. Then we would be down to just our only severe thunderstorm warnings around the Shelbyville, Franklin, Indiana area. A nice wind gust now coming south of Franklin. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Watching our area of rotation sitting right in here near the Wellington, Illinois area. And there's our downstream tornado warning getting all the way to the Indiana-Illinois state line. And that includes Rossville, Bismarck, and Hoopeston, Illinois, but does not include Indiana. Area of rotation is expected, looks like, to stay in Illinois, but we're going to have to watch that to see if it flirts with the Indiana-Illinois state line. And that is radar indicated rotation there for that tornado warning. And that is for Hoopeston, Illinois, not Indiana, though we are keeping an eye on that. If you guys have any damage reports, though, I'd be curious to know what you guys saw out there today. If you have any footage or photos or anything you want us to review, feel free to send it in to us. Be happy to review those for you. We have some damage threads posted on Indiana Weather Network and Indiana Weather Online. Feel free to go in there and share with us what you saw there today. If you do have any storm reports, try to add a time, event, location, a rough estimate on when it occurred, and where it occurred are big helps for us. That way we can go back and look at radar to try and help you determine what happened there. Let's go back down here to south central Indiana. Nice gust front coming in the Nineveh right now, and Edinburgh. If you're in the Taylorsville area, Clifford, and coming into Columbus, Indiana area, have some strong winds heading your way. Strongest winds just to the north, south, and along State Road 252, coming into the Edinburgh and Nineveh areas right now. Flat Rock getting included in that as well. Strongest winds in the brighter reds that you see right on the leading edge. Over here to the west, or to the east rather, Greensburg, Sandusky, Indiana, Adams. Some gusty winds here along I-74. Looks to be a little bit below severe criteria, but could have some winds 30 to 40 miles per hour there. And then we are watching our supercell on the Indiana-Illinois line. Currently only have a sliver of Indiana included in the warning, including Ambia, Indiana. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. The hail core, though, looks to go to looks to maybe skirt just right next to Ambia. If you're in Pence, Indiana, Hendrick, Indiana, and Judyville, Indiana, I would watch the storm pretty closely as it may slide into Indiana or attempt to. We'll have to see how it holds together as it continues sliding to the south-southeast. This storm's movement is currently moving south at 30 miles per hour, south-southeast. Just rain for the Bloomington area right now. I don't see a lot going on there. If you're in the Terre Haute, Indiana area, Clinton, Indiana, have to watch some thunderstorms off to your west. It'll be moving into the Terre Haute, Indiana proper. Could have some gusty winds with this. Could be strong at times. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Currently below severe criteria at the moment, but there could be some gusty winds associated with that or some small hail. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Illinois severe thunderstorm warning getting trimmed back, but still 2-inch size hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up to the Indiana-Illinois state line. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it moves into the region there. If you're in north central Indiana, your severe weather risk is quite low. If you're in Fort Wayne, your severe weather risk is over. In fact, if you're north of US 30, your risk for severe weather is over for the night and for the day. And it's probably pretty much over if you're in Logansport, Wabash, Huntington. Mainly just some heavy rain and some lightning with these storms here. The risk for severe weather is quite low. If I put it on one screen here and I draw kind of an all clear line of where we would be looking, kind of right in here. If you're north of this line, you guys are all clear. If you're south of this line, a few gusty storms can't be ruled out, or even a severe thunderstorm warning or two. But if you're north of that, just some rain, some embedded thunder, but the severe weather risk is much lower here on out here this evening. We do expect a gradual decline in these storms in severity and coverage as they head south. So a gradual weakening trend is expected as we lose daylight here. Right now, the strongest storm that we're keeping an eye on is on the Indiana-Illinois line. New severe thunderstorm warning for Warren County, effective until 8:15 p.m. Quite a long-lasting severe thunderstorm warning there. And also just west of Terre Haute, severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois. That is for Quarter and 60, just west of Terre Haute. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. If you're in Vermilion County, Vigo County, have to keep an eye on that area there. Sullivan County, look to your northwest. have to watch those storms coming in your direction as well. Taking back dual screen, look at our winds associated with these storms. A little bit of rotation up in here for our tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, not for Indiana, but it is right up to the Indiana-Illinois state line. Severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Warren County, a western half of the county, and that goes until 8:15 p.m. Does include Foster, Hendrick, and Pence. Does not include Judyville or West Lebanon. Although if you're in West Lebanon, I would still watch this. But for right now, I think they are expecting it to move a little bit more south, but it could expand it if that storm takes a right turn. We'll just have to see how it trends there. But that is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and then half-dollar size hail. And this storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Area of rotation looks to remain in Illinois, but we shall keep an eye on that to make sure it doesn't come into Indiana. Areas across north central Indiana, mainly just rain, some embedded thunder. Up in here across north central Indiana, Fort Wayne, Warsaw, if you're north of US 30, you're in the all clear for the night. No additional rain or thunderstorms expected. If you're in Kokomo, Indiana, areas in this, north of Indianapolis, the severe weather risk is much lower. Greatest risk for severe weather is going to be in central and southern Indiana, primarily south of Indianapolis. Kind of draw a line here for you, kind of in this area here is kind of where we're looking at for the best area for severe weather here this evening. Generally, along and south of 70 and 65 is kind of where we're looking at here right now. Right where we have our active severe thunderstorm warnings. Pretty decent pocket of straight line winds, though, that near the Nineveh, Indiana area. I want to briefly talk on that here. These have really kind of blossomed here in the last 5 minutes, showing a really nice downburst ongoing coming into the Edinburgh area and Taylorsville, Indiana area. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Having on our measuring tool here, we're right at about 60, 65 miles per hour. This is a little bit off the ground here, so by the time that mixes down, you're right around 60 miles per hour. So some strong damaging winds heading your way if you're in the Taylorsville area or just to the west there, north of 46 along I-65. Strong straight line winds right in there where you see the brighter reds on your screen. That is currently where we are at. Just south of Nineveh, there we go, 69 miles per hour there, 70 miles per hour, but we are just above the ground here, but likely seeing at least 60 mile per hour winds in this pocket, if not a little bit stronger, in the Edinburgh, Indiana area. These are moving to the south and southeast. So pretty strong straight line winds here in the Edinburgh, Indiana area coming near Taylorsville. This is likely going to include I-65 for the strongest winds as it is moving south-southeast. Hope, Indiana, also getting in on some stronger winds there, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour. Strongest winds between Nineveh and Edinburgh moving towards Taylorsville, Indiana. This is where the pocket of strongest winds are currently located in the state of Indiana. Special weather statement for Franklin and Ripley County till 7:45 p.m. Special weather statements don't cause your emergency alert system to go off. You won't hear any beeping for those. Those are issued. A lot of people don't know what special weather statements are. They're issued by the National Weather Service for a storm that's strong, but just hasn't met the criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning. For a severe thunderstorm warning, you need one or more of the following. You need quarter-size hail, 1 inch or greater, 58 mile per hour winds or greater. Oftentimes you'll see 60 on the warning tag, or a tornado. One or more of those three things meet the criteria for a severe thunderstorm. And pretty strong winds here showing up on radar between Nineveh and Edinburgh. There's 70 miles per hour there. Keep in mind, we're just about 1,000 to 2,000 feet off the ground. A little bit lower here So likely seeing some strong winds, solid 60-mile-per-hour winds coming down, if not maybe even a little bit stronger. We're at 70, 69, 63. By the time that mixes down with some frictional forces, you're solid into the 60s, 60, 65, pretty easily there probably. In the Nineveh and Edinburgh, Indiana area coming near Taylorsville. So strong pocket of wind there. And turning on our hail tracker with this, also could have some hail, perhaps up to quarter size associated with that. So wind-driven hail possible within the storm, hail up to quarter size, and 60, perhaps maybe even a little bit stronger, 64, 65 mile per hour wind gusts within that quarter size hail. That can escalate the damage a little bit as well. Whenever you get wind-driven hail, that can allow the hail to do more damage than what it would falling straight down. Nice pocket of straight line winds around 60 to 64 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit closer to 60 there, but nonetheless, nice pocket of strong straight line winds. You can see where it developed there, coming right near the Edinburgh, Indiana area, just to the southeast of Nineveh, coming towards Taylorsville. 60 to maybe even perhaps a tad stronger, a few miles per hour stronger than 60, mixed in there for some gusts. Really strong downburst, straight line winds ongoing there. This is moving off to the south at, currently moving at, I believe, 30 miles per hour per the latest warning. Also watching near the Greensburg area and Mills House, Indiana area. Nice pocket of some strong winds there. National Weather Service put a special weather statement on that for 45 mile per hour winds. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Coming back to our storm here on the Indiana-Illinois line. Tornado warnings in Illinois. Severe thunderstorm warnings here in Indiana. $50 size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. This storm does appear to be weakening in nature, which is really good news. Not quite as intense as what it once was, or at least appears that way on radar. Trends are going in the right direction for that, which is good. Severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Terre Haute, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail. A lot of lightning in this storm. And just a lot of these storms are just electrified today. Just a lot of lightning within these storms. Some stronger winds just to the northeast of Hope. Just a really nice gust front associated with these storms. Winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter size hail. Also watching the storm near the Millhausen area in Napoleon, Indiana area south of 74. Could have an isolated pocket of winds up to 60 miles per hour. Wouldn't be surprised to see a warning on that. We'll just have to see how it trends and how it tracks, and what the National Weather Service deems necessary there. But if you're in central India or north central Indiana, northern Indiana, you guys are pretty much in the clear here, especially north of Indianapolis. The risk for severe weather here on out is quite low. We are watching, though, Jasper County, Newton County, and northwest Indiana for those storms. Some of those could be strong, but I think the severe weather risk is lower on those, especially being having an outflow boundary well ahead of them. They just appear to be below severe criteria, which is good news. Our supercell in Illinois, which currently has a tornado warning on it up to state line, is showing signs of weakening, which is some good news there. Area broad rotation near the Rossville and Hoopeston, Illinois, about 10 miles or so from the Indiana border, maybe a little less, but that appears to be weakening. Good news is there, that rotation appears to trend to stay in Illinois. It is moving more south than it is east. Ambia, Indiana, getting impacted there by what's left of the core. Not quite as organized as what it once was. So that's some good news there as well. Coming back down here south of Indianapolis, Columbus, Indiana, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail possible at your location. Strongest winds here in the brighter reds. Where you see the brighter reds, that's where the strongest winds are associated with this storm. You can see they just kind of come and go as these downbursts form within this line of storms. Also have some nice gusty winds over the Greensburg, Indiana area. Kind of went through there, coming into the Batesville, Indiana area. Napoleon, you're on deck. Millhausen, you guys are getting hit right now. Winds up to 45 miles per hour, maybe a little bit stronger of a gust. Can't be ruled out in Millhausen, maybe closer to 50. We'll just have to see how much is actually making its way to the ground. But the good news is our risk for widespread severe weather, especially considerable and high-end severe weather, is decreasing here from here on out. I think we'll see a baseline severe thunderstorm warnings and a special weather statements being more popular just with these storms, the way they're trending here for the remainder of the night. The risk for severe weather is not over. However, widespread severe weather, that risk is going down a little bit, which is some good news there. Currently, no confirmed tornado for Grant County at this time. A lot of damage reports coming in, though. I haven't seen any damage that looks tornadic, at least yet. A lot of what I've seen is damage being laid down the same direction, very reminiscent of straight line winds. I haven't seen any indications of lofting either, but that's only photos I've seen. If you guys have damage reports or footage, feel free to send it in to us, Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Weather Network. We have some damage threads posted as well. Just time, event, and your location that the picture was taken. That helps us out quite a bit. We can work on matching that up with radar. Nice pocket of some strong winds here, still continuing near the Napoleon, Indiana area, coming near Osgood, US 421. Versailles, have to keep an eye on that as well. Just to your northwest, could have some strong winds. Perhaps a touch stronger than 45. We'll just have to see how that trends. Nice little pocket, just trying to hang on there. Winds up to 60 miles per hour for the Columbus, Indiana area as well. Still watching our supercell in Illinois, still trying to hang on. Indiana-Illinois border area of broad rotation, getting slightly ever closer to Indiana, although not quite as organized as what it once was. I'm starting to see maybe a little bit of a decline phase on that one. We are hoping anyway. Just kind of in between radars for that storm as well. I'm not getting the best look at it. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds, $50 size hail, which is $1.25, and that is for western Warren County in Indiana, including the Hendrick, Pence, and Foster areas. Does not include Judyville, Kramer, West Lebanon, or Attica. Just near the Indiana-Illinois state line. Yes, they are starting to trim back the severe thunderstorm watch, especially across northern Indiana. They are canceling that watch, which is good news, and that'll likely be canceled from north to south. Still watching our supercell here near the Hoopeston, Indiana area. Rotation still kind of hanging on, although we don't have the best look at it. Just kind of in between radars at the moment here. Kind of a radar gap here in this area. So not getting the best low-level look at it, but still a supercell. Has a mesocyclone associated with it. A radar indicated tornado warning as well. Area of rotation just to the southeast of Hoopeston. Just outside of Rossville. So just a few miles from the Indiana-Illinois line, pretty close to the state line here. We'll have to watch this as it approaches the Indiana-Illinois line. Currently for Warren County, western Warren County, south of Ambia, severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds and $50 size hail, which is $1.25, 1.25 inches in diameter, so just above quarter size hail. And this goes until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is currently our strongest storm in the region with this supercell here. With our rotating updraft from mesocyclone. We'll have to keep an eye on that. If you're in Terre Haute, Indiana, don't want to leave anybody out. Strong storms just off to your west, going to be moving into Vigo County here pretty soon. Just off to your west, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Switching radars here just to see what has a better look at it. I believe IND Indianapolis has the best look at it. Kind of mixed returns on velocity there for the wind, but there could be a few downbursts within that storm there. Go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here just to look at that. There is some hail there north of Redmond, likely perhaps up to quarter size in the northern part of the storm. That'll be coming into the Paris, Illinois area. So if you're in Terre Haute, Vigo, have to keep an eye on that. Southern Vermilion County perhaps too. We'll just have to see how that trends, if it's going to move more south or is it going to back build to the west. As you can see, it's kind of back building a little bit back here to the west of Paris. As you play that back, you can see additional storms kind of build back in here. So we'll have to keep an eye on trends for that. If you're in the Columbus, Indiana area, 60-mile-per-hour winds, likely seeing the winds come through right about now. Quarter-size hail also possible. This is lagging behind just a little bit with that hail core coming into Taylorsville, as well as south of Nineveh. So getting pretty close to the Columbus, Indiana area. Turning back on our winds, likely seeing the winds pick up if you're in the Columbus, Indiana area. I-65, US 31, Grandview Lake, Elizabethtown, Grammar, Jonesville, Clifford. Things are improving in Nineveh and Edinburgh, but if you're in Columbus, things are just now starting to deteriorate for you. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. The good news is, though, our storm on the Indiana-Illinois line appears to be weakening and kind of falling apart a little bit as well, which is good news there. But we will stay on here to watch that here for a little bit longer. Hail core kind of sitting right in here, just to the west of Pence. If you're in Pence, Indiana, Hendrick, Indiana, likely going to get some hail here in a little bit, if not already starting in Pence, up to $1.25, $half size hail. So quarter size hail, or perhaps a few larger stones mixing their way down to the ground. The size of a 50-cent piece or $half is what it is currently warned for. So just a little bit above quarter size hail. It's a good question there, Teresa, asking, I wonder if the temp will last to the end of the heat advisory. We'll likely see the heat advisories canceled a little bit early today as these storms move through. That'll help cool the atmosphere a little bit and also knock down some of that humidity levels today. If you're in southern Indiana, especially southwest Indiana, you guys are in the soup today. Extreme heat warnings, southwest Indiana, Evansville. Heat indices well over 105 degrees down there today. I mean, it's humid, it's muggy. But once this rain makes it there, those will be likely canceled across southern Indiana, southwest Indiana. So that's some good news there. Relief is on the way, yes. So hang in there, give it a little bit. All of this rain is expected to move south if it holds together. There's a chance it could break apart and become a little more scattered down here. So not everyone may see rain, but the cloud cover and a little bit of rain that is left will help knock those values down a little bit. We kind of trend back towards more seasonal temps going forward here over the next few days, thanks to a trough that'll be moving in behind this batch of rain. So some good news there. It's thundering in Montgomery County, says Samantha. Yeah, these storms are noisy here today. We'll kind of do a look around the region here. Special weather statement for Versailles. Winds up to 45 miles per hour. Columbus, Indiana. Pretty strong winds just to the west of town. Likely moving into town as well. A nice pocket of strong straight line winds. You can kind of see that evolve there. A little bit of a bow echo here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. A little bit of a merger there. Jonesville, Indiana, straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour possible. We'll have to keep an eye on this for Seymour as well in North Vernon. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Maybe possible if this holds together. We'll just have to see. It's traveling right along and down I-65. If you're southbound I-65, watch out for water on the highway, especially if you're southbound following this batch of rain. Even if you're northbound driving into it, watch out for ponding. Rainfall rates in excess of 1.5 inches per hour, approaching 2 inches per hour in the core. There's likely going to be excessive rainfall on the roadways, excessive ponding. No matter how laid out, or how well the grade is of that road, when you have rainfall rates up to 2 inches per hour, you're going to have ponding no matter what. It's just unavoidable. Just that much volume of water coming down, you're going to have quite a bit of ponding on the area roadways. Turning back here to our severe thunderstorm warning for western Warren County. Hail size up to $1.25. The good news is, though, this storm is not quite as intense as what it once was. There's still a little bit of a rotating updraft associated with this. We do have a tornado warning just on the other side of state line, although this storm looks much less impressive than what it once did. So that is some good news there. Coming back down here to Terre Haute, Indiana. Not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet for Vigo County, but we are watching areas just to the west, northwest of Sullivan County as well, Vermilion County. These three counties, watch out to the west near Paris, Illinois. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail. Strongest hail core was near the Paris, Indiana area. Right, we see this big clump of lightning up in here. This is where there is quite a bit of hail, perhaps up to quarter size. If we turn on our hail tracker, once again, it's sitting right up in here. This is a little bit lagging behind, likely closer to the Paris area now. But you can see kind of where that lines up is close to where all the lightning is with that. Hail up to quarter size associated with that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and there we go. Vigo and Sullivan counties now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We were just talking about to you guys. And there you go, being issued there by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. And there you go. I love it when that happens, you know what? And quarter size hail in penny size hail, 60 mile per hour winds with that. So the hail size gone down just a little bit, lower confidence in quarter size hail, but could have some small hail, damaging winds, kind of a downburst in the core of these storms are possible there for Vigo and northern Sullivan County, including Terre Haute under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this goes into effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Still watching this storm coming into Warren County, western Warren, near Pence and Hendrick. A little bit of a hail core, a little bit of a core of a storm, still trying to hang on. I don't know if the hail size is still at $half size. This storm is kind of on the decaying side, not really as impressive as what it once was. That's some good news. Hopefully it remains on that trend. It's a little bit of broad rotation, more elevated rotation than anything. I don't know if it's still super low in the storm or not. A lot of times when we start to see a decline phase in a storm, the cloud base will get a little bit higher. But wanted to come down to Columbus, Indiana, just a little bit south of there. Columbus, Indiana, just some heavy rain. The worst of the winds are getting ready to wrap up for you. But if you're in Grandview Lake, Bethel Village, State Road 58, nice pocket of straight line winds here, up to 60 miles per hour. This will be coming into the Jonesville area again, moving right along and south, I-65. Winds up to 60 miles per hour coming into the Jonesville area. These bright oranges and even yellow that you see on your screen here, the whites almost. This is where the strongest winds are associated with this. If we take our measurement tool out, right around 60 miles per hour here, within that pocket there, solid 60s. A couple thousand feet aloft, we're at 70 miles per hour. by the time that mixes down to the ground, probably likely around 60 miles per hour, if not just a touch stronger, in some isolated gusts. So we are seeing some of those stronger winds develop once again. And this storm has kind of developed pockets of strong straight line winds, and that'll likely continue off to the south. So if you're in Seymour, Indiana, North Vernon, Indiana, Country Squire Lakes, heads up, could have strong straight line winds heading your direction. May see downstream severe thunderstorm warning here soon as we are approaching the edge of our warning box here in south central Indiana. Have to see if we get a severe thunderstorm warning there. That'll be up to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary for you guys. A lot of flash flood warnings and still being issued or still in effect for central Indiana. A lot of rain has fallen across a lot of these areas. If you're in central and northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over. With the exception of Newton County, although these storms look to be below severe criteria, could have some small hail in the Morocco area, Mount Ayr, Rensselaer, but these look to be below severe criteria at the moment. Best chances for severe weather are across south central Indiana and southern Indiana. All right, now the strongest storm is right in here, and there we go. Look at that. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in Bartholomew, Brown, Decatur, Jackson, and Jennings until 8:45 p.m. And we're just talking about these guys too. We will see that severe thunderstorm warning populate in. That'll pop up on your screen here momentarily. Pretty decent size severe thunderstorm warning coming in here for downstream areas. And there you go. Seymour, Mount Vernon under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and penny-size hail. And that includes Seymour, Indiana, North Vernon, Indiana, Jackson, Indiana. You're kind of right on the line depending on which part of town you live on. And also including Freetown and Medora, Indiana. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. Right now, the strongest winds within the storm just south of Columbus on top of I-65, moving south. Last warning was for 30 miles per hour. Let's see if it kept the same, 35 miles per hour. So similar movement, 35 miles per hour south with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible just south of Columbus, Indiana. And this is moving south at 35. Could have some penny-sized hail within that as well. Strongest winds right where you see the brighter reds on your screen. That is going to be coming into the Jonesville, Indiana area. Strongest winds just outside of Elizabethtown. Could still have some 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in as well. Same with Grammar. If you're in Seymour, Cortland, Freetown, Country, Squire Lakes, North Vernon, watch out for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. This is the strongest storm in Indiana currently. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Vigo and northern Sullivan County for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as the only hazard there with that. $60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. Severe thunderstorm warning remains for western Warren County, extreme portions of western Warren County, including the Hendrick getting impacted right now. Pencer on the north side of the storm. Foster still just on the south side of the storm with the worst of it to your north. These storms will continue moving off to the south here this evening. Right now, the strongest storm is going to be near the Columbus, Indiana area. Right where you see the brighter reds on the right side of your screen, those are straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour. For those of you just tuning in, we're covering our live severe weather coverage here across Indiana here this evening. We have dual radar up, which means we are looking at two different things within these storms. On the right side of your screen where you see the reds and the greens, warning just got trimmed back there. This is showing what's called relative velocity. What are the winds doing within the storm, both in speed and direction? We can differentiate that here. Whenever you click on the radar site, reds go away from the radar. So in this case, these winds are southbound. Greens are going towards the radar. The brighter the color, the faster they are. And the brighter reds right in here, these are around 60 miles per hour. Just south of Columbus and Jonesville. On the left side of your screen, this is reflectivity showing where the rain is falling and how heavy it's falling in those areas. Rainfall rates right around 1.5 inches or a little bit more per hour here, even approaching 2 inches in some areas. So very heavy rainfall approaching Seymour, Indiana, and North Vernon. Torrential rainfall is also occurring. If you're on I-65, do watch out for any ponding, flooding, and other hydrologic impacts as well. Slow down, take your time. Not only do you have strong winds up to 60 miles per hour, it's a very wooded area as well. Watch out for tree damage on I-65, but also watch out for any hydroplaning issues as well. Try to slow down, take your time. Let the street drains do their job and catch up. Special weather statement coming in for Ripley, Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland. Storms below severe criteria there, but are strong. The one just to the north and west was for 45 miles per hour, so I have to see if they continue that same velocity there for those storms. We'll stay on the Columbus, Indiana cell. This is currently the strongest storm here in Indiana. Winds up to 60 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
In southeast Indiana, ahead of this complex, are actually issuing a severe thunderstorm watch. And that is for southeast Indiana. Also, happy birthday, Melissa. I see your text in there. Let's keep the damage away, yes. Unfortunately, if you're in Jonesville, Indiana, or at least in this warning, strong winds are approaching your vicinity here. If you're in Seymour, Indiana, North Vernon, heads up. Pretty strong winds here. 60 miles per hour is possible.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And all of southern Indiana is now in a severe thunderstorm watch. So we're canceling watches to the north, and we are extending that severe thunderstorm watch to the south. Ahead primarily of the complex, which is moving through the Columbus, Indiana area. That batch of storms, NWS has the highest confidence of remaining severe a little bit further south. Strongest winds right now coming into Jonesville, Indiana, still following right on top of I-65. So if you're traveling I-65, watch out for some tree debris in the roadways. Also, just a lot of torrential rainfall is falling too. So not only do you have to watch out for foreign objects in the roadways, watch out for ponding, flooding on the shoulders. Probably a very slow This storm is currently moving to the south and southeast at about 35 miles per hour, and all of southeast Indiana is now under a severe thunderstorm watch. Severe thunderstorm watches are being canceled across central and northern Indiana, and they are continuing them across and expanding them across southern Indiana, as a few storms may be strong to severe. And this storm here is no exception. Quite a healthy a wind signature here. Kind of switching between radars here. Both radars are showing a really nice swath of straight line winds for this severe thunderstorm warning near Jonesville. Using our measuring tool on this, This is close to 70 miles per hour, 82 miles per hour, 78. This is a few thousand feet off the ground, so keep that in mind. Our strongest returns are going to be likely elevated, but some of that will mix down, and seeing gusts likely 65 miles per hour can't be ruled out underneath this, perhaps even a little bit stronger if you're in the Jonesville area, right on top of I-65. If this continues to intensify, we may go considerable on this warning near Jonesville. We have there's 80 miles per hour near the Jonesville, Indiana area. Now, this is a few thousand feet off the ground, but some of that wind is possibly mixing its way down to the ground. So if confidence continues that that wind is mixing to the ground, we may see a considerable warning get issued for Jonesville or Seymour. Either way, enter your room away from windows until the storm has passed. Quite an intense pocket of straight line winds in south central Indiana along I-65, at least 60 miles per hour, if not perhaps seeing a few gusts stronger than that, mixing their way down to the ground in localized areas. If you're in Reddington, Rockford, Jonesville, Seymour, Indiana, interior room away from windows might not be a bad thing to do. Lowest level of your home. This storm is moving south at 35 miles per hour, right following I-65, essentially. Nice pocket here of winds of at least 60 miles per hour, if not even a touch stronger. Jonesville getting impacted right now. Seymour, you're on deck. Rockford, you're first, as well as Reddington. You guys are on deck for 60 to 65 miles per hour winds, even a little bit stronger. Can't be ruled out. We're getting close to 75 to 80 mile per hour winds a few thousand feet aloft. Now, keep in mind, that's about 3,000 feet above our heads.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is not this area. That is actually for this area. Large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Large hail apparently still continuing with our supercell here in Vermilion as well as Warren counties. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds as well as golf ball size hail. Radar indicated that's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for Vermilion County as well as Warren County as well, under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning till 8:45 p.m. Fountain County, Southwest Fountain County is also included in that as well. Golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. There's also some broad rotation associated with that right on the state line between Hendrick, Indiana, and Bismarck, Illinois. A little bit of broad rotation there. Coming back down to the south near Seymour, Indiana, this is another area we're going to have to watch if they go considerable on this or not. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary based on confidence if some of these winds are mixing their way down to the ground. At least 60 mile per hour winds coming into Seymour, Indiana. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few gusts a little bit stronger than 60 miles per hour, perhaps coming into Seymour, Indiana. We'll have to see there. We did have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning get issued for Warren, Fountain, and northern Vermilion County. Golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds, as well as a tornado possible tag there. Primary hazards, damaging wind, and hail. But pretty strong winds coming into Seymour, Indiana, just outside of town. Rockford, you're getting the gust front right now. Likely coming into Seymour here in about 1 minute or less. We'll start to see the winds pick up in Seymour, Indiana, just on the north side of town, coming into Rockford. Jonesville, we'll see the winds start to lighten up just a little bit for you. And then heavy rain remaining there as well. And there's the next update there. Coming into Seymour right now. Rockford, you're in it. Winds 60 to perhaps even a little bit stronger than 60 miles per hour coming into Seymour, Indiana. Looking at our tool here, getting upwards of 70 miles per hour a few thousand feet off the ground. That's going to mix down to at least 60 miles per hour, if not a few isolated gusts. A little bit higher than that can't be ruled out in the Seymour, Indiana area, I-65 as well as US 50. This is moving south at 35 miles per hour. Coming back down here to west central Indiana, we're going to have to keep an eye on our supercell here. Likely some large hail falling over US 28 right now, just south of Hendrick. This is for golf ball size hail, as well as 60 mile per hour winds. This is considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Also, a little bit of broad rotation up here on the northwest side of the storm. Kind of hard to depict here a little bit. This is just clutter right there where you see the brighter reflectivity or velocity there. But right where you see the pink on the left side of your screen, just south of Hendrick, State Road 28, 63, coming into Covington. This is your hail core here. Hail will likely largely grow a little bit, increase in size. I butchered that. I apologize. You'll likely see hail increase in size the further north you go. Right in here where you see this black area, that's where going to be the core of the storm. Not a large core, but there could be some golf balls falling in this localized area near Hendrick, and that'll be coming near Foster and Covington, Indiana areas. We'll have to watch down south if you're in northern Vermilion County as well for golf ball size hail, as well as 60 mile per hour winds. There is also a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Also, watching storms in the Terre Haute area. These storms are kind of back building a little bit to the west. So we'll have to see how that evolves as well.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
And now we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I wonder if that's for these guys down here. Looks like it is. Brown, Decatur, Jackson, and Jennings. Yep. So they decided to go considerable here. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. And that is for Seymour, Indiana. That is 70 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. I wondered if they were going to go considerable with that. That straight line winds there does appear to be holding its own, coming through Rockford right now, coming into Seymour right now, as well as I-65. So that's 70 mile per hour winds, as well as penny-sized hail. Damaging winds is the primary hazard with these storms. Also included in that considerable warning, North Vernon and Jackson, depending on what side of town you live on. But that is 70 mile per hour winds, as well as penny-sized hail. Freetown, you guys are not in the path of 70 mile per hour winds. You guys are included in the warning. They just upgraded this blanket warning here. Right now, the strongest winds are in Seymour, Indiana. Right where you see the strongest or the brightest colors here, south of Jonesville. This is where the pocket of 70 mile per hour winds are currently located. If we track that out, it's going to miss Brownstown. Brownstown may get gusty, but the strongest winds are going to go just to your east. If you're in Crawfordsville, Comiskey, Lovett, North Vernon, heads up. Strong winds headed in your direction. They're over Seymour right now. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. So we have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings right now. 70 mile per hour winds coming through Seymour, Indiana right now. And we also have golf ball size hail occurring in Warren County in northern Vermilion County, as well as Fountain County, in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, not for wind, but for hail, golf ball size hail, possible here within this storm. Anywhere in areas that you see in pink here, Marshfield, Indiana, just north of Foster, south of Hendrick, likely seeing some large hailstones between ping pong ball and golf ball size hail. So pretty large hailstones here. That's a $1.75, 1.75 Indiana. Also watching a storm near Kentland. Could have some small hail in that as well. Turning on our hail tracker here. Yeah, also seeing the hail size increase there as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see some quarter-size hail in the Kentland, Indiana area. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Going back to our wind tracker here, we're going to go back to Seymour, Indiana. Pretty strong winds here associated with this. There we go. Strongest winds directly over Seymour right now, 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is moving south at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. Expect considerable damage to roof siding and trees. Indianapolis, you're in the clear, likely for the evening here. I don't expect any more severe weather for Indianapolis proper, but if you're south or west of Indianapolis, you still remain in the risk for now. If you're in northern Vermilion County, Covington, Indiana, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, as well as golf ball size hail. And that is going to be for the Marshfield, Indiana area, Foster, and Covington. Right now seeing the worst of the storm. Likely seeing some hail in Marshfield, Foster, and Covington. Coming back down here to the south, seeing some strong winds just across the state line. In Terre Haute. Terre Haute, the storm kind of was heading in your direction, and then it kind of back-builded to the west a little bit. Now focusing more on Sullivan County. Maybe even a little bit of rotation aloft within the storm. Have to keep an eye on that. It's not super low in the low levels, but we'll have to keep an eye on that just to see how that evolves there. Seymour, Indiana. Your gust front is almost through. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for winds to 70 miles per hour, 7-0. Not surprised that they went considerable on that, given that that pocket of straight line winds has continued to progress southward, and really quite strongly as well. Likely starting near the Columbus, Indiana area is where we noticed that upkick, and then it's progressed southward from there and really just intensified as it's diving south, following right along I-65.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is for Jefferson, Clark, and Washington counties until 8:45 p.m. That is another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So they are issuing out ahead of that storm, giving you plenty of warning. That was, I believe, issued by the National Weather Service in Louisville. I believe is who issued that warning, going with a considerable warning there. Yep, NWS Louisville. So giving you guys plenty of warning here. If you're in the Henryville, Indiana area, Scottsburg, and Madison, you are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, 7-0. This is moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Expect considerable damage to trees, roofs, and mobile homes, as well as outbuildings. Strongest winds now south of Seymour. Seymour, you're going to see the winds decrease a little bit now. Things still pouring outside. Pretty noisy storm still ongoing. But the winds are going to be decreasing now for you. Strong winds still following I-65. If you're traveling north or south on I-65 from really anywhere between Franklin and Scottsburg, and even a little bit south, this whole area here, watch out for tree debris in the roadways, ponding, and just any other objects that are in the roadways from these storms, as the pocket of most intense winds have been right on top of 65 for several miles. You could have quite a bit of tree debris. It's a very wooded area in this area between Columbus and Seymour on 65. So do watch out for tree debris in the area. It's also kind of rolly as well. So do watch out for any debris in area roadways, and including in and around Seymour, Indiana as well. A very intense pocket of winds coming along I-65 still. If you're in Crawfordsville, Comiskey, or Lovett, heads up, 60-mile-per-hour winds are headed in your direction. If you're in Deputy, Lancaster, Blosher, Austin, and Scottsburg, and even Vienna, heads up, 60-mile-per-hour wind or 70-mile-per-hour winds are on deck. Brightest colors, the faster the wind speed, right in here, right on top of I-65 south of Seymour. That is moving south at 35 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I wonder if they are extending that across southwest Indiana now. We will, or if they are just continuing a watch, I wonder. We'll have to see where that populates in at. We'll start back here from north to south. If you're in the Covington, Indiana area, tornado possible 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as golf ball size hail for this storm up here. Also, we're watching the storm near the Kentland and Fowler, Indiana area. Could have some hailstones, nickel, maybe even quarter size. If you're in this area, let me know what your hail size is. I think there's at least some small hail within that one, maybe approaching quarter size hail. We're also watching this storm here. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as quarter size hail, especially if you're in northern Sullivan County and southwest Vigo County. Really strong winds here, and even perhaps even a little bit of rotation starting to develop near Marshall, Illinois. And that's something we're looking here. Kind of interesting returns here. Inconclusive. It looks kind of messy of what I'm looking at there. Just kind of a little bit far away from the radar, but we're also looking through the storm. So some of that could be a little bit of clutter back here on the backside, but looking right in here where your core is. If we turn on correlation coefficient, see where the hail core is associated with that, we may see a little bit of a spatter. Yeah, right in here. This is just clutter back in here as the radar passes through the hail core. But right in here south of Marshall, this is a little bit of a spatter spike, so likely some hail falling right in here just on the south side of Marshall. And that'll be approaching southwestern Vigo County, northwestern Sullivan County, Prairieton, Prairie Creek, Darwin, and Fairbanks, as well as York, perhaps. Be on the lookout for some hail in this area from this storm, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Warned for a $150 in Illinois. Warned a little bit smaller in Indiana, penny-sized hail. So we'll have to see if confidence grows that hail core will make it into Indiana or not. We'll have to see what reports show, but also what the National Weather Service deems necessary for that as well. Looking back on our storm in south central Indiana, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, winds up to 70 miles per hour. And strongest winds right now coming into the Crothersville area, as well as Kaminsky area and Lovett, along State Road 250 in US 50 and south, kind of in that gap there from North Vernon, basically US 50 and south is kind of where that gust front is at the moment. And that is moving south at about 35 miles per hour. Strongest pocket of winds kind of right in here, just to the north and northeast of Crawfordsville. And that's going to come at the 250 and 65 interchange here at about right now is where the winds are coming across. That'll be coming into the Deputy area, Comiskey, Lovett, and Crawfordsville area. Hopefully we see that start to weaken just a little bit. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a downtrend, but still winds, a nice pocket of winds up to 70 miles per hour just south of Seymour, coming there on the 250 I-65 interchange there, just to the northeast of Crothersville. Looking back here in the Vermilion, Warren County line, as well as Fountain County, golf ball size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. The severe thunderstorm warning continues till 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Sullivan County, Vigo County, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. There's a little bit larger hail being warned for just on the other side of the Wabash River. So we'll have to see if that hail core makes it into Indiana or not. The National Weather Service will continue to monitor that, and if it looks to continue, they will update the warning accordingly. But a nice, perhaps spatter spike showing up there. If we look at our vertical integrated liquid, nice updraft here. Just to the south of Marshall, crossing State Road 1 in Illinois. You can see how that is moving south. So if you're in Darwin, Illinois, just on the other side of the border, heads up. Likely going to get some hail here in a minute. Prairie Creek, Fairbanks, State Road 63. So this is kind of flirting with the Wabash River. This may come into Indiana. Fairbanks, Graysville, Marome, Hudsonville, Illinois. These areas here, just kind of on the Sullivan County line, right on the Wabash River, as this is kind of back building and traveling south at the same time. Turning on our correlation coefficient, just to look at the hail core on this. Still a little bit of a spatter spike, TBSS as we call it, just south of the Marshall, right in here. Likely see that update. This is just a little bit ahead, 809 versus 805. You can see the difference there. Where you see the brighter yellows there, kind of in a circle. There it is. It moves south. So right there, along the State Road 1 emblem there in Illinois, that's your hail spike there. So some larger hail likely falling there, right where you see all the pink on your screen. And some gusty winds occurring in here as well. Maybe some broad rotation aloft, but doesn't look to be immediately concerning for anything tornadic at the moment, which is good news there. Back down across south central Indiana, Seymour, North Vernon, South, Scottsburg, Madison, 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter size or penny size hail with this. Excuse me. This is moving south at about 70 or at 35 miles per hour, but warned for 70. We are seeing a little bit of a downtrend on the winds here associated with this, which is good news there. Strongest pocket of winds kind of right on the leading edge coming into Crawfordsville or just to the east of Crawfordsville. This is a little bit behind here. Likely on the other side of 65 now, coming towards the Deputy and Austin, Indiana areas. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service does there with that warning, if they continue the considerable warning, or if they take that back to a downtrend baseline warning. We'll just have to see how that happens, or what happens there. These storms are moving off to the south and southeast at about 30 miles per hour here across Indiana. We have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect, or technically four, or three, rather. Or, nope, two. This one was downgraded to 60 miles per hour. Louisville remains theirs at 70 miles per hour. Wouldn't be surprised to see that downgraded just a little bit to 60. I think the pocket of strongest winds have degraded just a little bit, kind of broadened out a little bit, which is some good news to see there. You can see a little bit of an outflow boundary starting to develop here as well. So that's some good news there on this front here. I think we're weakening here coming into the Scottsburg area. Good news there. If you're in Seymour, Indiana, I'm curious to know if you have any tree damage there. Let us know. That was some pretty strong winds on radar that came through the Seymour and Rockford, Indiana areas, as well as any hail reports as well. Especially in the Fowler, Indiana area. I'm really curious to know what your hail reports are up here. Looking at even a little bit of a supercell up here as well, getting a little bit of a hook on it on radar, a little bit of an outflow boundary, a little bit of a hook. Watching this area just south of Kentland as well. Maybe some broad rotation starting to develop up here northwest of Lafayette. So curious to know what your hail size is in Fowler. A lot of lightning spike going on with that storm there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a warning get put on that if that continues. Perrysville, Covington, Indiana, still in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. And then Sullivan County and southern Vigo County, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter size hail. This storm is slowly making its way, just kind of flirting with the Wabash River. Can't decide if it wants to cross it or stay in Illinois. But just kind of moving more south with slightly moving east as well. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning remains for the Madison area, Scottsburg, Henryville, Indiana. Although I do think some of these winds are a little bit below 70 miles per hour now. We were at 70 miles per hour without a doubt near Seymour, Indiana. Those winds looked intense, but we are broadening out as this storm is moving to the south and southeast. Good news there. I wouldn't be shocked to see that considerable warning downgraded to 60, kind of a baseline. We'll see what the National Weather Service in Louisville deems necessary there. Strongest winds, though, just south of North Vernon, but I do think we're a little bit below 70 miles per hour. We are strong, though, nonetheless. Go ahead and take one screen radar back here. We are watching a supercell near Fowler, Indiana. A lot of lightning on this storm in Fowler. Look at the amount of lightning that is just in this one little cell. Just crazy amount of lightning. But we have a hook echo developing here. A little bit of rotation aloft in the mid levels, and decent actually some decent rotation on that. So have to keep an eye on this cell near Fowler. Looks like we do have some hail, a decent updraft within this as well. Likely some quarter size hail coming down, if not close. Semi surprised there's not a warning on that. We're close. We're right at severe criteria for that. And a little bit of some broad rotation within that cell too. We are keeping an eye on that. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning remains across southern Indiana, although I personally don't think we're at 70 miles per hour anymore. We were definitely close, if not at it, for Seymour, Indiana. But right now, I do think we are seeing a weakening trend here. Look at the returns here over Seymour, those bright blue, almost turquoise winds near 70 miles per hour. We just don't see that anymore near Comiskey. If we take back our measuring tool here, we're at 50 miles per hour and 50 miles per hour. So gusts to 60 miles per hour, I think, are going to be favored here for that storm. Wouldn't be surprised to see a downgrade on that warning. We'll see what the National Weather Service does there. But for now, a considerable warning remains in effect, really focusing on Fowler, Indiana at the moment. Could see a hail spike here in Fowler. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Benton. .60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Fowler and Oxford. Just talking about you guys, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as Fountain and Warren County now under a severe thunderstorm warning. looks like ping pong ball size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Attica, Indiana, now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail size increasing on this up to $1.25, half-dollar size hail. So hail size getting pretty large in the Fowler, Indiana area, up to $1.25. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for south central Indiana, Madison, Indiana. Wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, although I'm leaning a little bit more optimistic that this is closer to 60 miles per hour. There could be a few embedded pockets of some stronger gusts, but looks to be a little bit weaker than that at the moment. Hopefully that trend continues there. A lot of lightning in these storms here. Sullivan County, Southern Vigo, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. The worst of it is still hanging out in Illinois. It is just flirting with that Wabash River. The core of the storm is near Annapolis, Illinois, just to the west of State Road 1. Whether that crosses or not, it's close, but every time it gets close, it just goes a little bit to the west. We'll have to see if that crosses in Sullivan County or if it waits until Knox County. We'll just have to see. If it does decide to cross, areas along the Wabash River could get on some hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Likely just some rain in Sullivan and Shelburne at the moment. Hail up to about an inch and a half, or not inch and a half, inch and a quarter, $half-dollar size hail in the Fowler area. Likely we see all this black here is where this hail core is, almost like a spatter spike ongoing. So likely quite a bit of hail just to the south of Earl Park in Fowler, Indiana, northwest Indiana. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning. We were just talking about you, Knox. Now under a severe thunderstorm warning till 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. If and when this storm decides to cross the Ohio River, it'll be coming in one of these areas here. If it doesn't keep back building to the west, the core of the storm is just flirting with Indiana on the Illinois side. We thought the core was going to come near Darwin, near Marshall, just a little bit ago. Fast forward that, the core has shifted with a new updraft to the west near Annapolis, Illinois. It probably has the radar operator at IND just kind of chuckling, looking at this, just issuing warnings, thinking it's going to cross eventually. Which radar shows it wanting to. It just back builds to the west. Sometimes storms do that, especially on the north-south oriented shear profiles that we have here today. The steering that we have really promotes southward propagation today. A quarter-inch hail in Covington, not much. Soft hail, it's good to know. Is the storm in Fowler going to hit Richmond, Indiana? No. You are way on the other end of the state. In fact, Richmond, your severe weather risk is over for the day. This is not coming to you. If this storm goes to Richmond, I will find a hat and eat it, just because it's just not going to go there. but I'm just impressed by the amount of cloud to ground lightning in the storm in the Fowler area. This is a noisy storm. These are all cloud to ground lightning strikes, not including the cloud to cloud lightning that we just can't see. It's just above us. These are all cloud to cloud, which is crazy. Coming back down here to central and southern Indiana. Watching these storms here, still a considerable warning on that. I'm kind of surprised. Personally, I think winds are closer to 60 miles per hour coming into the State Road 656 corridor from Madison to Scottsburg. I think we're closer to 60 miles per hour here. We'll just have to see how the reports pan out there. There could be a few isolated gusts to 70, but I think we're closer to 60 based on recent radar trends. And the way things are looking with the core on GR2, I think we're closer to 60 there. The core is kind of weakening there on that line. Strongest storm, kind of on the Annapolis, Indiana, Illinois line here near Annapolis and Hudsonville. If and when it decides to cross, whether it'll be Sullivan County or Knox County, we can expect hail up to quarter size hail or perhaps even a little bit larger, and winds to 60 miles per hour. The core of the storm is still on the other side of the Wabash River. It kind of backspills to the west. We are watching a really intensifying storm near Fowler. This storm is impressive. I would not be surprised to see hail size go up, and it did. We're at ping pong ball size hail for the Fowler, Indiana area. In fact, if we go to correlation coefficient here, kind of hard to tell because we're just kind of far away. Let me switch radars here just to look here. A little bit of perhaps a spatter spike TBSS there near Fowler. I think there's a decent amount of hail falling here. Very impressive hail core on here as well. The core looks good behind the scenes as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see some ping pong ball size hail. That's what it's warned for just outside of Fowler. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds moving south at 35 miles per hour. Excuse me, moving south along US 41. If it holds together, it'll be near the Attica, Indiana area, as well as Judyville, Kramer, and West Lebanon under a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and 60 mile per hour winds. I don't really see a lot of rotation in these storms anymore, which is good. The one that has maybe a little bit of broad rotation is this one here near Perrysville, northern Vermilion County, but it's quite elevated in nature on that storm there. Looking at our storm in the Annapolis, Illinois area, a supercell in nature keeps trying to enter Indiana, but still kind of back builds to the southwest, and that's kind of what it's doing again. You can see the core of that storm shifting to the south and west, perhaps going closer to Robinson and Huntsville. There's also a decent amount of rotation trying to form in this storm. You can see a little bit of a hook echo here. A little bit of a couplet here as well. And that's on the Illinois side. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Does have a tornado possible tag on it on the Illinois side, as well as 70 mile per hour winds and $50 size hail. So they are acknowledging that area of rotation. We'll just have to see where it trends and how it trends. Right now, it's trending to stay in Illinois. Hopefully that does not come back across Indiana. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still remaining for far southern Indiana, including the Madison, Indiana area, Scottsburg, Henryville, and Kent. Strongest winds near Blocher, Lexington, and Kent, Indiana, up to 60 miles per hour. The warning is 70, but I'm skeptical if those winds are making it all the way to the ground. In this area, the storm looks to have weakened compared to what it was near Seymour, Indiana. Personally, I think these are closer to 60 miles per hour, 50 to 60. Could have some embedded pockets of stronger wind gusts. That's possible, but not everyone is going to see that within this storm here. If you're in northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over for today. This rain has ended for you guys and is moving south quite quickly here as well. If you're in Richmond, Indiana, north of I-70 and 65, you guys are in the clear, with the exception of Lafayette in areas in west central Indiana. Having to keep an eye on you guys. Quite an impressive core on this storm between Fowler, Oxford, and Boswell. Likely some pretty decent hail falling within this storm. Up to ping pong ball size hail is what it is warned for. So likely some pretty large hailstones falling. You can see just how black the DBZ was here. That's pretty impressive actually. 70 DBZ here at the surface associated with our hail core. That's quite intense. And then now it is at 60, 65 DBZ at the surface. So pretty strong core there with that. Likely some pretty decent hailstones there. Looking here behind the scenes, perhaps between half ping pong ball and half dollar size hail, kind of in between the two, falling there within that core. Hopefully we see a little bit of a downtrend there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Our Kingman cell is our storm is starting to outrun the warning box here just a little bit. We'll have to see if we get an additional warning on that or not. Kind of an elevated supercell here. It has some mid-level rotation, but it's quite elevated on nature. Looking at a camera here behind the scenes, kind of laminar a little bit. So I have to see there.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And that is here across southwest Indiana. Now under a severe thunderstorm watch till 11 p.m. So all of southern Indiana is now included in the severe thunderstorm watch. National Weather Service Illinois issuing a tornado warning just to the west of the Indiana line for this area here. This area of rotation likely prompted the warning. Looking at it now, kind of broadened out a little bit, kind of flirting with that criteria a little bit. Maybe a little bit of rotation right in here. Better defined. Perhaps maybe right in here. Just to the west of Huntsville. This looks more RFD-ish. Right there looked to be a better couplet. That was around 8:27. 7:27 Central Time. The core of the storm is still in Illinois. But severe thunderstorm warnings for western Sullivan and northwestern Knox still in effect. If the storm decides to cross the Ohio River and come into Indiana, we can expect some hail and straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour. We'll just have to see how that storm trends and if it decides to cross into Indiana. We thought it was going to cross into Indiana up here by Terre Haute. But it keeps back building west as much as it moves south and east. So it's almost kind of staying in a stationary line as it moves south, just the way it's back building and trending south at the same time. So just kind of have to keep an eye on that. Nice core coming into Madison, Indiana as well. This could have some straight line winds Madison, Hanover, Lexington. They did degrade this warning back to a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I will agree with that. Coming back up here to Fowler, Indiana, and Pine Village. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. $half size hail for the southern warning. Likely seeing kind of a mixed package of both, maybe a few ping pong balls, but I think largely the hail is going to be closer to $1.50, or not $1.50, $1.25. Looking at the updraft here on this storm, which would be $half size hail. And this storm is currently moving south at 35 miles per hour. So if you're in the Attica area, US 41 corridor, Judyville, Kramer, heads up, could have some hail headed your way. The worst of the hail core just to the west of Pine Village, between State Road 26 as well as US 41 and 352. Oxford, Boswell, Pine Village, and Rainsville also going to get in on that. That's kind of ironic. Rainsville, yeah, it's raining there. That storm is moving south at 35 miles per hour. So I couldn't resist. I apologize. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Knox in Sullivan County. If the storm decides to cross the Ohio River with the core, if we back this up, you can just see how it's just been flirting with the Indiana-Ohio line. It is slowly moving southeast, so it will cross eventually. It's just when will that crossing take place for the worst of the storm? The core is just right on the edge of the Ohio River, or Wabash River, from Hudsonville to Marome and west. We do have a radar indicated tornado warning for Illinois, and a nice hail core right in here. This is on the west side, the Illinois side of the river. Perhaps getting some small hail in Marome, perhaps. Even some gusty winds. But Sullivan, I don't think a lot is happening there. Just some rain, maybe some lightning. But the worst of it is going to be off to your west. We'll just have to see if it crosses into Indiana here. You can see it's just kind of trending more south and even almost southwest a little bit too. Kind of an odd storm here as it's moving more south. New severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's for Clark and Jefferson until 9:15 in southern Indiana. And this storm is moving across the Ohio River now, moving into Kentucky. If you're in southeast Indiana, once this storm is gone, your severe weather risk is over for the night, and we will be limited to primarily western Indiana and southwest Indiana. If you are north of 70 and northeast of 65, that little bowl there, you guys are in the clear for the evening. The sun's even starting to peek out across northern Indiana. We were watching this storm here coming into the Oxford, Indiana area, as well as Judyville and Kramer. Hail up to $half size and 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving south 35 miles per hour. Over here, we do have a tornado warning to our neighbors to the west in Illinois. Area of rotation just to the west of Robinson, Illinois, near Stoy. That is currently remaining in Illinois at the moment. Rotation a little bit elevated, but it has a really nice hail core associated on the storm. That pink elongated shape, that kind of cigar shape that you see there, where you even have the blacks just north of Robinson, that is your hail core associated with that. Could have some pretty large hail. It's warned for golf ball size hail in Illinois, quarters for Indiana, with the worst of that hail core being in Illinois. Whether or not that crosses into Indiana is yet to be determined. We'll just have to see how that trends. It keeps kind of pushing, almost moving southwest for the core now. So the storm is moving southeast, but the core is moving southwest. It is kind of just kind of odd as that storm is doing that. It's just back building and propagating to the southwest. So we'll have to see when and where that crosses the Ohio River, or Wabash River. I keep saying Ohio. Will that be near Vincennes? Will that be in Russellville, or will it cross at all? That's something that we're just going to have to watch for that storm. Quite an impressive storm, though. But the National Weather Service leaving that severe thunderstorm warning on near the Wabash River and east, in case the storm does decide to make its way across the river. Wind shear profiles are really the steering mechanism today, and you go up 10,000 feet, 15, 20, 30,000 feet. The higher you up you go, the more out of the north our winds are, and that's really allowing these storms to move from north to south today. And as these storms intensify, dig into that, the more southward moving they become. And that's what this storm is doing. It's tapping into that north flow aloft, and that's allowing it to kind of backbuild to the southwest versus moving in a standard direction, which would be west to east. We have strong northerly flow today, and that is allowing us these storms moving in a little bit different direction here today. Very typical summer-like pattern when you have these heat domes develop to the southwest. We're on the outskirts of that heat dome. Typically, we have northwest flow, and that's the direction our storms come from. They come from the north and northwest. Severe thunderstorm warning maybe getting ready to expire here for the Kingman area. Still could have some small hail right in there, but we'll have to see if we get an additional warning on that, or a special weather statement, or nothing at all if it looks to have weakened below severe criteria. Hopefully that is the case. That is what we hope for. Storms in southern Indiana getting ready to cross into Kentucky and southeast Indiana. That is some good news there. Once these storms fully cross the river, your severe weather risk in southeast Indiana is over for the day. Could still have an additional shower or thunderstorm develop here, but the risk for severe weather is quite low after this batch moves on out. So watching the supercell up in the Judyville, Pence, Hendrick area, there's some broad rotation aloft. You can see that hook echo on radar. That rotation is elevated, though. It's not near the surface. I don't see an immediate tornadic threat with that, but I do see a hail risk associated with this, and that looks to continue up to $half size in diameter possible with that. And then our attention goes to southwest Indiana, to Sullivan County and Knox County on this storm that just refuses to come into Indiana. Hanging out near Robinson, Indiana, US 33. Nice hail core just on the other side of the river. It's not that far away from Indiana. Just with our shear parameters today, it is just building to the south and southwest. It's hard for this storm to move from right to left with our northerly flow. That's keeping it moving south, more south than southeast. Area of rotation, a little bit broad still, but it's kind of sitting right in there near Stoy. A little bit of a hook sitting right in there, kind of that rain-free base. That is kind of where that rotation would be, but it's more broad in nature. Really hard to kind of pick out. If I switch radars here and look at the elevated, there's a nice couplet there of some elevated rotation, but it's struggling to bring that down into the low levels. More of a hail maker than anything for this storm. Likely some pretty large hail falling near Robinson, Illinois, where that black is. That's where the storm is warned for golf ball size hail, and even 70-mile-per-hour winds. So there could be an intense downburst, a downdraft associated right in here near Robinson, Illinois. Golf ball size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind, or 70-mile-per-hour winds. Excuse me. And this storm is moving south at 40 miles per hour. Whether or not it crosses the Ohio or Wabash River, I keep saying Ohio, I apologize. But for right now, it is shifting to the southwest. You can see the rain on the east side of the storm is moving southeast. However, the core of the storm is moving to the south and southwest, almost moving due south, which would keep it in Illinois much longer. Looking across west central Indiana along US 41 near Attica, Indiana, we do have our severe thunderstorm warning continuing there. probably about good to hop off here here pretty soon. Not a lot going on here other than some hail here across northwest Indiana and watching our storm here across southwest Indiana, remaining in Illinois, and then our storms in southeast Indiana exiting Indiana. With that being said, probably hop off here, but we'll continue to monitor things here behind the scenes. If things do go considerable or tornado warned, we may come back on here and we will cover that. With that being said, probably hop off here for the evening. Have a good evening. Again, the risk for widespread severe weather is decreasing as the evening goes on into the overnight hours. So some good news there here across Indiana.